Hey guys, watching the Good Wives Network. And today, welcome everybody just joining us. Please tap, like, share this out there, get it in the algorithm. Why? Every time I freaking go live, do these people call me? Every freaking time. Sorry. There's Sarah. Okay. Accept. Hey guys. How is everybody? Oh, hey Sarah, how are you?
Hey.
Oh my god. I'll be right back. Obviously. Hold on.
I can't hear.
I'll have to come right back. Just a second.
Okay.
They get any more fucking annoying. I gotta start all over here.
The best.
Say guys, hi. Oh my god. Hey guys, I'm so sorry I had to jump off. My husband was calling and I didn't know why he kept calling, so it kept freaking up my phone. So anyway, how are we all doing today? How is your Friday? Are you guys having a great day today? Yes, at this point, it has to be hard to trust anything anyone says. The team has been put through the ringer. We have been, and what we're going to address today isn't any more upsetting than any of the other things. It's just, it's so. Thank you. It's so frustrating. It's beyond frustrating at this point, to the point that I'm at a loss. I don't understand any of these people that are involved at this time. I don't understand what they think they're doing. I really do not get it. I have not. This is just fucking frustrating as hell. I have never, and I don't know why I'm having such a lag over here. I'm not doing anything that would cause a lag. I'm going to close everything else out. You can hear me. You guys can't hear me?
Okay, hey, I can hear you now. I don't hear you at all.
Okay. I was like, what do you mean you can't hear me? Okay. All right. That's my husband. He's just freaking annoying the crap out of me. But anyway. I don't even know where to start. I came on here with a plan, and then my husband derailed me, and now I'm frustrated and I don't know what to do.
Okay. Let's just take a minute to take a deep breath and hey, see how everybody's going. Happy TGIF, everyone. Thank you guys for being here. Let's share the live, tap the screen, get everybody going in the comments and the chats. Everyone's in here. Hey, if you guys are having a good Friday, drop a 1 in the chat. And if you're looking forward to the weekend, drop a 2 in that chat.
Yes, please. Okay. So we've got some drama llama ding dong bullshit to address today. And sadly, it's not the fun stuff that we can deal with. You know, it's not the oh my God, did you hear what she freaking said today? She's completely ridiculous and off a rocker. It's not that kind of chat today, sadly. You know, it's not where we can have fun with this and really just, you know, kind of make fun of it and laugh it off. It's not that kind of drama, unfortunately. So on Saturday night, while Sarah and I were in a Derby Live, you know, we were hosting our Derby party. And thank you. I love the green too, and it goes with my Maleficent because I'm feeling a little villainous today. So we were interrupted.
Little vengeful, little venge. Just, vengeance is mine, says the Lord. You know,
dude, I woke up and chose violence today. I'll be honest, but hopefully tomorrow it'll give me peace because I'm sick of this shit. But you know, so we were in our live. We were having a wonderful time. Our horse, Mystic Dan, had won. We were super excited. Everything was going well, and a moron decides to enter our chat named Helen Hunt under a fake profile, obviously. And they start spamming the chat and they blocked every single one of my mods. So the mods could not see what was going on. Sarah was over here on TikTok. No, we were on because we were been banned from TikTok. That's right. We had a 1-day ban from TikTok because Miss Rose decided to grace our presence on Friday night. And I broke her off a little bit, and you guys can see that all over the internet, but it is on all of our socials as well. And so I was suspended for a 24-hour ban on TikTok. So we were in our YouTube. We were on YouTube and Twitch, probably, maybe Facebook. I can't remember all of it. But we had a good live going on. Things were great. And this person, Helen Hunt, comes in and informs us that a person that we knew of that had been following us and following this case off of TikTok, named Sarah Jane Anderson, had unalived herself. And I was in shock. I didn't catch it till about the 4th time it came through the chat. And then I freaked out, you know, obviously. We paused our live and we told Helen Hunt that if she had any type of proof of the evidence of Sarah Jane Anderson doing this, that we would appreciate it if she would send it over. But in our opinion, we didn't think this to be true. Nobody had bullied her. Nobody has done anything to her. I know we haven't personally, but I don't even think that even Ryan or any of them have ever talked about her or bullied her or done anything. I can't recall any time that anybody's actually talked about her.
Because I will actually say that there was a period of time, you know, when she was attacking Ryan, and she and Ryan had an exchange back and forth for a while. And Ryan, of course, kept all of that. And she actually went on a live after this happened and said, hey, you know, no matter how much I hate the two of them.
Oh, we're being flagged for harassment and bullying. Who are we harassing and bullying? Ourselves?
Right. So she says, I don't believe that this is true. And she gave some other information was to her, and the stuff blew my mind as far as, you know, she was catching her in all of these lies, and then even busted this Bryce person who we know to be Sarah
fake.
Jane, actually.
Well, I don't know it to be Sarah Jane. I just know it's a fake profile. I don't know it to be Sarah Jane. We have not been able to determine that.
We not been able to prove it, but that's what it appears. It appears as such.
It is a fake profile, and they have claimed this Bryce person has claimed that Sarah Jane Anderson was his sister, and that he even went. This person even went so far as to create a fake obituary and put it out. made numerous videos about how they were so sad that their sister had passed. And then today they put out a video on their TikTok that says, and here, let me put it up for you here, and I'll show you guys over here so you can see it. Oh, not flip the camera. What am I doing? I want to see show you guys what was put up today so you can see exactly what we're talking about.
Did you show what was put up yesterday with a picture about, oh, I didn't have anything to do with any of that?
No. So yesterday, we've been harassed through all of this. We've been, Bree has called us murderers. She says that we should be put in prison for what we did to this person. And then when she finds out that it's probably not true, because Ryan came into her live and said, hey, I don't think this is true. This is not right. This is not real. And she said, well, then fine. Even if it's not, even if it's not true, they should still be put in prison for what they're doing to everybody, because somebody is going to unalive themselves eventually because of what they're doing to them. I'd like to know what exactly I'm doing to any of you. I don't talk about you guys. I don't think about you guys. I tell my team I don't want to hear about you guys. I don't care what you say about me. I don't care what you think about me. I don't care how many of my videos you take and you put out there and you try to catch me in some bullshit lies. I don't care about any of those things. What I care about is truth and justice, and bringing truth and justice to the true crime community, not just Gypsy Rose's story, but in general, because I think there's a major problem. So this person then proceeded to go all over the internet to all different content creators, including Natasha, and tell them that they had the ammo to take Fancy down. 2 days after his sister's supposed to have unalived herself, he's running around the internet telling people, well, if you want the info to finally take Fancy down, I've got it for you, because my sister unalived herself because of them. That's what you're doing 2 days after your sister has passed? That's what you're doing? That's what you're really doing. Oh, okay. Now, mind you, the reason we think that this Bryce person is Sarah Jane Anderson herself is because it's not the first time she's pulled this kind of shit. She pulled this shit with Ryan. She pulled this kind of shit with me. And this is ridiculous.
And also the posts. All 100% Gypsy related.
Yes. Everything. And this person claimed that her brother, Sarah, claimed that her brother worked on the Gypsy Rose case. Originally, she said he was just a police. Stating that she's not going to give us this autopsy report that she found that her brother got, because I'm working with Pink Cat Sarah, who's done nothing to her. The only thing you've ever done is defend your name and tell people that you're not her.
That's it. I just simply said, because no one knew on TikTok that my last name was Anderson, so I got doxxed. And then I got blamed for what she was doing against Ryan, which I had no idea anything about it. So I simply said, went into Ryan's live and said, hey, just want to let you know that I am not her. We may have the first, our first names and last names are the same. That's common. Our middle names are different. But, and then it was unfortunate because I was doxxed and I was bullied. And then after that, Sarah Jane sent me a message that I did not respond to, cussing me out, threatening me, harassing me, calling me names, and reporting me. And I never responded. So I've had absolutely zero interaction with this crazy person. But I will say this, that I did find interesting when Ryan, was calling this Bryce individual
Well,
out.
hold on. Let's no, we're not there yet. Hold that till we get to that part, okay? Because so you went on Ryan's live. You basically just said, "Hey, I'm not Sarah Jane Anderson. That's not me. I'm Sadie Beth One, and we're totally two different people." Then she freaks the hell out on Sarah. She messages her. She cusses her out. She messages me. She tells me that she's not going to help me because I'm working with Pink Cat Sarah. She went in. She got all the medical records out of the Patreon file. That's fine. I don't have a problem with that. That's why I let you do it. And then she begins to tell me that her brother-in-law, now it's changed from brother to brother-in-law, was actually an investigator who worked on the Gypsy Rose case from the very beginning, and that he has every legal right to have the discovery file, and he has the entire discovery file, including the autopsy and all of that. And it's all just, I guess, sitting around his fucking house. I don't know. She didn't seem to mention this when we were first talking about Gypsy Rose, and she's calling Mike Stanfield's office to find out if he handles injunctions or not. I mean, I would think that it would be pretty important if your brother was one of the Gypsy Rose freaking investigators, that you might have wanted to tell people that when you first started in this industry of chick talking and being over here with Gypsy Rose. I think that'd be pretty important. I think all of us would have loved to talk to you if that had been true. But no, you made up a cockamamie story when you were caught first lie. So then you decide after that was 2 days before you decide to pull this unaliving stunt. And then you decide to come in and pull this unaliving stunt. Were you just not given enough attention, sweetheart? Did you just not get enough favor from me and Ryan and Sarah and everyone else? Did we all not pay enough attention to you? Were you feeling left out? Is that what it was? Because it seems like it. So then you decide that you're going to go ahead and double down with this freaking fake unaliving. I cannot believe the audacity that a person has to do this, knowing full well that I myself am a survivor of this. I have tons of friends that are a survivor of this. My children and I both struggle with this because of our mental health and things that have happened to us in our lives. I struggle with these thoughts on a daily fucking basis because I'm a warrior. And you don't just stop thinking about it just because you're not acting on it. You get better, but those thoughts still exist in your head. And for you to cause all of this, for you to decide, I'm going to pretend that somehow I'm going to expose everybody for the drama that they're creating by creating a completely fraudulent unaliving of yourself, is downright diabolical. What is wrong with you?
And this is especially hurtful for me because it's painful to be accused of basically being a murderer or cause someone to unalive themselves, and then it's even more painful because I have lost some very close family members and someone that just recently that was 21 years old, my godson, and I don't know how to even get over it.
Oh, Michelle, she already has. She already tried that this morning already with this live. So yep, she's already tried. This is what they do every time. Yes, the person is alive. Yes, they have come out. Sarah Jane Anderson has issued her own statement stating that she didn't know that any of this was going on, that she hadn't been on lives or online or whatever, and that she's just as offended by it as she is, as we are, because her daddy just passed away recently, and she's just so distraught over that she can't believe this has happened. So then today, this person comes out with this.
Yes, once again, Sarah Jane is a victim again.
And she comes into our live yesterday to tell us, hey, did you see all the freaking messages I sent you, Pink Cat Sarah? And what happened with those, Sarah?
I never saw them, and I didn't even know they were there. And I was like, no, I didn't see these messages. What are you talking about? And then when I got a message pop up last night, I go back and look, and she sent me 11 messages, and then she unsent all of them, and I have no idea what they said. I never saw them. She unsent every one of them.
So then today I wake up, and in my group chat with my moderators, we had this, and it says, what I done on purpose. I wanted to expose the drama queens. Don't know Sarah, but I do know she was targeted, and I proved that with all of you making videos about her. Well, first of all, we didn't even make a video about her. Not at all. None. We didn't even want to respond. I was dragged out of bed at 12:30 at night by Natasha to get on a live and explain what had happened. I told her I didn't want to do it. I was like, no, we're not having a comment on this. We will not be commenting. We will not be responding to this. I had told my team for all week long that we were not doing a damn thing. I was like, no, I'm not responding. I just will not do with this. I will not deal with this. It will all come out eventually. It's going to be a hoax. We all know it's a hoax. There's no reason that we should address this in any way, shape, or form. Sarah was a little upset with me because she took it very seriously and she's very upset and she thought that I wasn't taking it serious enough. But see, here's the thing. I've been through a hell of a lot in 8 years trying to tell the truth in this motherfucking case. And so nothing fucking phases me anymore. And I don't take it seriously anymore because y'all are just jokes. Just like the joke you tried to play on getting Colleen's license pulled. That ain't going to go anywhere. And we all know it. You are just nuisances who run around the internet and cause fucking drama and childish antics trying to be relevant and get attention. Well, let me explain something to you. You're not relevant and you don't deserve attention, especially not for this bullshit. If you want attention, then become a human being that is decent and productive and doing something better in the world than running around causing fucking drama and bullshit stories about you self-unaliving yourself. It's fucking disrespectful.
You know, it broke my heart because, you know, I'm still trying to cope with this tremendous loss of this beautiful, beautiful young man that meant everything to me that's no longer here because of self-unaliving. And then it was even a double-edged sword. It dug even deeper because I had an ex that faked his own death to get some kind of sympathy from me, and it left me in hysterics for months trying to find out if he was really dead or alive. So this hit me hard emotionally, and I have cried about this a lot this week.
You know, and yeah, and you know, I feel like horrible because for me, the way I cope with these things is to put up a wall. You know, I just put up a wall and I don't let emotions come out and I don't let them be seen because then I make stupid decisions and I don't think rationally and I do things I shouldn't do and I react in a way I shouldn't react. That's what happened back in 2017, 2018, 2019, whenever it was I was dealing with Natasha. I didn't think, I didn't stop and pause. I just kept reacting. I just would clap back or smart off or say whatever. And I realized that I perpetuated that and that I played my own part in it, whether or not I was bullying or not. I was responding constantly to the intense amount of bullying that I was subjected to on a daily basis back then. They had created hundreds of Facebook pages about me. They went on lives and talked about my cookie, you know, as being my hoo-ha and it being moldy because Dee Blanchard put out a story that I cheated on my husband and contracted a STD. This is not anything new to me. These are not new stories. It's just different players. But this player, yes, Boston Chick, to answer your question, she is somebody who came to find us on TikTok because of the Gypsy Rose situation. And I don't know whether she's for or against Gypsy Rose because honestly, I don't think she's even made a whole lot of statements about any of it. And I haven't really followed her. So I don't know what her stance is. I just know that she followed us. And when the split with Ryan happened originally, she was very, very supportive of us. And she made that post saying that she was going to destroy Ryan for what they were doing. And we did not sanction that. We told her that that was not okay. We didn't want that. And that's when Sarah went and cleared up the situation about her name. And again, Sarah said on there, hey, nobody wants you to do anything. Nobody wants anybody to do anything to anyone. We just want to get along. Can we just get along? So, you know, Sarah's been crying a lot this week, and I feel like a horrible person for not validating that this whole week, but I just couldn't. I couldn't because if I did, I was going to lose my shit. And I told her I was going to take care of this as soon as I had proof that it was a hoax because I knew it was. But, you know, Natasha got me up and she's like, Fancy, I really think you need to come address this because my audience has already heard about it now. And so now by the time you get up tomorrow morning, it's going to be everywhere. And I feel like you could, you know, have a safe space here where I know my mods will take care of you and protect you because I won't let them do anything like that. And I think you just need to come and clear things up. I did. I spent 2 hours on a live with Sarah and Natasha in the middle of the night to clear this up. against my better judgment. I didn't want to do it. But if Natasha's audience had already heard it, she was right. It was out there. I couldn't ignore it anymore. It's not like just Ryan, who's over on YouTube, that has a very small channel, or Brandy. You know, they have small channels. Natasha has a huge following. She has the following I used to have. I used to have a great big following. We took a break, so our following has gone down a little bit, you know, but going on Natasha's live and addressing this, I didn't want to, but I felt like I needed to. Then that was all we wanted to say about it. After that, we've been asked several times to discuss it. Sarah and I have both declined. We went and we've been telling everybody, if you want to hear our official statement on it, you can go over to Natasha's Rumble, and it's on her live over there. And that was, oh, thank you. That was all we wanted to deal with, you know. And then it came out that Ryan was sharing all of their personal conversations and stating that, no, she really truly believed that this woman is mentally unstable. She's not okay. And that honestly, her family needs to be concerned. For a person doing this, running around doing this, if you are just not a malicious fucking asshole person to do this, then there's only other one option. And that means that you're mentally unstable and mentally unwell, and your family really needs to be concerned for you, because I'm concerned for you. This is not what somebody in their right mind does. This is not how you prove a point. You proved a point that everybody was bullying her because we made videos about the fact that she was claiming that she had been unalive. Well, first of all, like I said, we didn't make those videos. Other people did. But, you know, I just can't understand what would go through a person's mind to pull this kind of crap. But Sarah knows, because she's been through it before with someone.
Yeah, and it's devastating, and then to deal with, you know, it's just so painful all the way around. There's no easy way. I mean, you know, when I have an ex that, you know, it tells me that, you know, he's been in this horrible accident, and I'm not even going to go into the details of all that, but it ended up with a result of him faking a nurse, pretending to be a nurse at the hospital, notifying me that he had passed away. And I didn't know if it was true or not, and could not find him, because then he went like underground into hiding. And he's very mentally unstable. And so that was just bringing up that fresh wound. Plus then the grief that myself and my family are all still trying to deal with from losing my 21-year-old godson last year.
Hang on. I'm sorry. Can one of my mods please block Miss Lee? Mrs. Lee, I've blocked her many times. I don't know how she's in here again. Can you please block her? Thank you, guys. I can't find her, but if you guys could find her and block her, I'd very much appreciate it. Thank you, Sarah. Keep going, honey.
It's like, did anyone ever think, instead of Bree saying, you know, like, this is what, you know, Sarah deserves, she's a bad person, when in the scheme, I'm not claiming, you know, oh, I'm such a victim, but in the grand scheme of this entire situation from 2 months ago to today, I am truly the only one that has been bullied and harassed about all of this. And you know, so for her to sit there and say that, you know, somehow I deserved this because I've done so many bad things when I have not, is disgusting. And to spend hours and hours and hours on a live, you know, putting the green screen up as the tribute to this picture, the tribute picture to this, of this woman who had supposedly passed away, is just disgusting. But I will say this about Ryan. I do, you know, even though she hates us, and she said that repeatedly, I do appreciate her saying, hey, you know, I don't believe this to be true.
Right.
And once she told Bree that, finally, after hours of Bree going on and on about this, she took down the photo. And then Ryan did her own live where she discussed her previous interactions with Sarah Jane and how mentally unstable she is and unhinged. And, you know, in this fake obituary, her husband, Johnny's not even mentioned, yet this Johnny person that's supposedly her husband had been having interactions with Ryan as well. And then Sarah Jane was using his page and profile to interact with Ryan too. And, you know, Ryan was calling BS on everything. And then when the fake obituary went up, she's like, you better make sure that you know, this stuff's accurate, because I'm going to call and I'm going to eat that, in her words, I'm going to eat that international bill and I'm going to send flowers. So you better make sure you got this right. And sure enough, the information put up was wrong. And she busted it out. But one thing that I had never heard that had not been shared, or if it had been, I missed it. But Ryan had demanded that this Sarah Jane prove that she was who she said she was when they were going back and forth a few months back. And so Sarah Jane actually took a photograph of herself holding her like driver's license in front of her with her information on it and sent it to Ryan to prove that she was who she said she was, which Ryan thought that was kind of bizarre. But then when she wanted her to actually post a live video so she could hear her voice, hear her talking, and talk to her kind of as a proof of life type thing, a proof of who she was, who she really said she was, she comes up with one of the craziest stories I've ever heard on top of this and tells Ryan, well, I'm a mute now because a few years back, my sister savagely ripped out my vocal cords and is now serving time in prison for my attack.
You've got to be kidding me.
No. Wow. That I can't.
And whether that's true or not, you know, I swear I remember her saying something weird like that to me at one point, but I've heard so many stories from so many different people about their lives that I get people confused, you know. But I swear that she said something like that to me at one point in time. She said something about her voice being stolen. And she said it, I remember it now. Her voice being stolen.
Metaphorically.
Yes, it was metaphorically. She's like, my voice was taken from me, bobbity, blah, blah, blah. And see, I don't have any proof of this because guess where that was? In the fucking account that they got shut down.
Right.
So I don't have those screenshots because I didn't.
Ryan was calling her out left and right, and busting her out. And I thought, wow.
She is in the UK. She is in the UK, and we don't know how she got us. She found us on TikTok. That's it. That's all she did. Found us on TikTok, and then she just started running amok.
Mm-hmm. And so it's one thing after another. You know, she did. I mean, Ryan said she did verify that selfie she took with her ID. That was correct. That was correct. But the fact that she's got supposedly a husband named Johnny that was left out of her fake obituary, and that she was using this Johnny's account to come in with Ryan.
Yeah, and she told me about that.
Bryce is supposedly her brother. So I don't think, in my opinion, I don't think that Johnny and Sarah and Bryce are three different people.
No, I don't either.
I believe that they are one in the same, and that they're Sarah.
Yeah, well, she tried to tell me that too, because at one point in time I had clicked on something on her TikTok to see it, and I noticed her name had been changed to Johnny, and I was like, what is going on? And she's like, oh, I changed my name to Johnny to prove a point. Again, she's proving a point, you know, and that's my husband's name and blah, blah, blah. And I was like, okay, I don't even know what you're fucking talking about. I don't have time for this. And yes, Bree did go by Bryce at one point in time. I guess when she does the things where she puts the beard on, because, you know, she makes fun of the fact that I thought she was a trans woman. I'm sorry that I thought she was a trans woman. I truly believed she was a trans woman. There was no fucking like anger there. I truly just believed it.
It wasn't derogatory.
No, I thought I was identifying her correctly. Did I go on after she said some horrible shit about me and call me fake and tell everybody I was lying and call her a whole ass man? And how could she possibly be coming at me for lying when you're a whole ass man? I sure shit did, because I was tired of their bullshit. And if she's not, I'm so sorry. I got it wrong. Sue me. But let me explain something to you, bitch. You got a lot of shit wrong about me. You got everything wrong about me. I made a mistake. You are doing it on purpose.
And in your defense, she had, before becoming Gypsy's mouthpiece, her entire platform was about being a trans woman. And then she scrubbed her account.
Right.
But there is still one video up where there's no audio and she's speaking, and all of the hashtags are proud trans woman, proud LGBTQ.
Which is great. I support it all. I have a daughter who identifies as non-binary. I have another child that identifies in a different way. Listen, I'm not that person that's going to sit here and bash you for being trans. I identified you as trans because I thought that was the appropriate thing to do. I called you a trans woman because I thought you were a trans woman. You told me you weren't. I took it down, I corrected it, and I apologized to you. And you have continued to keep hammering on that I made one fucking mistake, Bree, and identified you as a man, as a trans woman. So fuck you. Fuck you. Fuck you and the horse you rode in on.
And the opinion that Fancy came to on that was based off of Bree's own post.
Yes, but you can sit over there and wear my fucking jewelry around your neck like a psychopath and make earrings of me, but and save the couch and all the different things and take hours making videos about me. Do you know how little time I spend making videos about any of you? Do you know how little it is? It's zero. It is zero. I don't make videos about Ryan. I don't come on live and talk about Ryan or Bree or Nina or any of them. I don't. You know who I come on live to talk about? Gypsy Rose fucking Blanchard, because I want the truth out there in her fucking story. She is lying to everybody. She causes chaos everywhere she goes. She is fucking diabolical and she ruins fucking lives. And she'll ruin yours if you allow her in your home for any reason whatsoever. But for the rest of you, let me make it abundantly fucking clear. I don't want to hear from you, about you, or will I want to talk about you at fucking all. Go away. Go find something else to make yourselves relevant. I'm not the one. Because I'm going to tell you what. You all think I was unhinged before? I was not unhinged. I was upset. I was mentally pushed to my max. But when I get clear and I get unhinged, you will not like me. That's not a threat. It's a promise. I will bring every hellfire of fucking legal ramifications against you. I will find every way to make sure that every fucking person you know, come in contact with, knows exactly what type of person and who the fuck you people are. Now leave me and my company and my people the fuck alone. Do you hear me? Because I'm done with it.
And this is and it is scary in this day and age with social media, like we saw with the Conrad.
It is a fucking company, you stupid fucking cow. Goodbye.
We see with what happened with the Conrad case, a young woman was sent to prison because she, through social media, encouraged the young man to take his own life. So the cyberbullying, cyber stalking, and now a lot of places have required cyber task force.
Yes.
So this is very serious.
Well, let me explain something about that. Okay. When we went to the FBI in 2018, 2019 about the situation with Natasha Cooper, her mods had already contacted. Oh, I just got fucking my live access appeal. You fucking people. I just got harassment. My live got shut down. I can't do a live till on May 11th again. Hey guys, it's Fancy. And of course, I got shut down today for talking about the suicide hoax. Fuck, I can't say that word. Hey guys, it's Fancy, and you're watching the Good Wives Network. And of course, I just got my live access shut down and banned from till the 11th because of harassment and bullying of myself. Apparently, I was discussing a hoax that I had put on me, where I was accused of murdering somebody through the internet and causing them to unalive themselves. And we are addressing that today. And I have been hit with a harassment ban yet again. Your fucking antics are bullshit. You need to stop. If you'd like to continue the conversation, we're on Twitch, Rumble, and YouTube live right now. Fucking assholes.
Hey guys.
I'm so tired of this bullshit. I cannot believe this bullshit. The bullshit of these people is unfucking real. Unfucking real. Oh, and to make matters worse, last night they decided to pull a stunt over here where they decided to take our viewers' names that were watching at the time and pretend to be them. They created fake profiles of my fucking viewers and decided to use their names to come backstage so that they could then go ahead and put corn, on my screens. When I clicked on them for them to come up into the box, it played porn. It was fucking lovely. And I've had to now take that one down. I had to go and I've had to edit it. It will be back up today. But that happened last night. They do not stop. They just freaking got me shut down on TikTok again till the 11th. This is ridiculous. These people are
Did you appeal it? Did you appeal it?
And they need to be stopped. It has gone way past just, oh, I don't like this content creator, so I'm gonna mess with them in the fucking comments. You all are planning fucking unalivings and fucking, putting porn up for people for young children on YouTube that could have happened by to see, and you think it's funny. Y'all are real fucking cute.
Did you appeal that TikTok?
Yes.
Okay. Now, I missed the beginning of the porn, but I'm going to tell you guys something right now. Besides the fact that was disgusting and vile and it was not only an attack on us, but it was an attack on our followers, supporters, because they were using our mods and contributors' names and profile pictures.
That's stolen identity, by the way. Just
what?
So you know, that's stolen identity, by the way. Just so you know.
Guys, we had just got done playing the sentencing hearing of Adam Montgomery. He savagely beat his 5-year-old daughter, Harmony Montgomery, to death and drug her body around in a bag for a long period of time. He did not even attend his own trial. And he absolutely refuses to say where her remains are so that her family can have a memorial for her. And it was devastating and heartbreaking to hear the parts of that case. And then we had just finished that up, and we had, prior to that, began discussing the tragedy of Micah Miller's passing. And we were getting back into that when this porn stunt happened. And I was so offended because I felt like you completely desecrated the memory of this poor little girl who was beaten to death and left to die alone in the back seat of her family's vehicle under a blanket while the rest of the family was inside a restaurant eating their dinner. And we still don't know where she is. And that, you just completely, just absolutely 100% disregarded her memory or the memory of Micah Miller. And that was something that was so vile. We were talking about two cases that are tragic, heartbreaking, and devastating. And you want to use that opportunity to hop on here and pull a porn prank right in the middle of that. How dare you do that to the memory of these sweet people that are no longer here?
Right. And what I was saying over on TikTok when I got put down, when we went to the FBI back in 2019 or whatever, with Natasha and her mods asked us to do it. We were speaking with an agent. At that time in Kentucky, where I lived, there were no cyberbullying laws whatsoever at that time. And still for most places across the nation, there are not local cyberbullying departments nor local cyberbullying laws. It is all governed through the FBI. It's a federal offense, and it's the only way that it's taken care of. But here's what happens. The FBI is a huge fucking organization that gets thousands and thousands of complaints a fucking day. Do you think they have time to come and deal with this fucking bullshit that's going on right now with all of this? No, they don't have time for this shit. So it gets taken, it gets put on the back burner all the way until they finally get to you. And what's sad is what happens then is the FBI is so overworked trying to do all of this, and the local enforcement can do jack shit. You know what happens? People actually do unalive themselves because of these things. I almost unalived myself because of the bullying that I was subjected to years ago with this. This is not a funny fucking case. This is not a funny fucking matter. You guys are disgusting what you're doing. This is not okay. I have never called the police on any of you. I've never called any of your businesses. I've never tried to get you fired from a job. I've never called CPS on any of you to try to get your children taken. I've never called the board on you to get a license taken from any of you. I've never even put any of your children up. Nothing. I have done none of the things that you all have done. The things that I am accused of, I have not done. I didn't do anything. I didn't bully Ryan. I haven't bullied Bree. Fuck, I don't even know Bree. I didn't even know Bree. Do you know how I learned about Bree? Because Bree was fucking bullying me. She made this huge, long, fucking 30-minute fucking thing about the train ride of Fancy. And she's making it her mission to bring light to the fact that I'm a fake. Where? With what?
And that was 100% bullying, because she took your face and superimposed it on the body of someone who was massively obese and tried to make you look as bad as possible, and then prints that out, those same images, and then puts it on a necklace and wears it during the lives.
And then you've got Ryan over here making the true crime obsessed leading expert shirt with a likeness of me on it. You guys are, you know who's obsessed? You all are obsessed with fucking me. Because what? Because I make you relevant? Because the only time y'all fucking have people in your goddamn chats or in your lives is when you're fucking bashing me. Not even when you're talking about Gypsy. Nobody fucking cares to hear you all talk about Gypsy because you don't know jack shit about Gypsy. You don't know anything about this fucking case. Y'all inserted yourselves in a place that you know nothing fucking about. And then you're upset because you're not relevant. So the only way that you can fucking be relevant is to bash the fuck out of me. Get the fuck out of here with obsessiveness.
Just so you guys know, because I can't see the comments up in here on this StreamYard, but just so you guys know that when this porn stunt popped off yesterday during our live stream, we were not even talking about Gypsy at all.
No. That's the thing. On Derby night, we weren't talking about Gypsy either. I had talked about her for a little while in the beginning because you weren't on with me yet. So I was covering, like, for an hour, I was like, just, shooting the shit. And so I was covering some of the crap. But once we started talking about the Derby, that was all we were talking about. We were just having a good time. We were having a nice, fun evening. And then you came in and pulled a suicide hoax. We are not the same. I have never pulled a suicide hoax. You want to talk about me pulling a miscarriage hoax from 30 fucking years ago that I did not do. And but you're going to come up in here and and pull a suicide hoax. You are sick people. And Bree, you should be ashamed of yourself. Ashamed of yourself. You bully and harass anyone. In fact, you gaslight, since it's a word you like to use, anybody who has anything to say when they know facts and evidence and you don't know shit from Shinola because you got it from the liar's fucking mouth.
Another thing I would like the audience to know, that Bree is going around claiming that we have caused her financial distress because Fancy, and according to her, Fancy and all her minions have reported her jewelry business and it got shut down, and now she's gonna have to spend all this money getting it reopened, which I don't believe any of that, because
they're on Etsy right now. There's nothing fucking wrong with her.
And we've cost her half of her family's income, and they can't pay their bills now, and that's our fault. And when we have done nothing, none of those things. I mean, as far as I knew, on her business, her jewelry business, that right when she began working with Christy and Gypsy, she put her business on pause, is what it had stated online. I have never made any type of complaints. How could we have ever filed any complaints to get her business shut down on a business that she put on pause herself? Like, I make it make sense. It makes no sense.
Not to mention, that's not how Etsy works. You can't file a complaint on a fucking person you don't have proof of the fact that you bought anything from them. When you have a complaint, or you go in and you're reviewing something for her, you have to have made a purchase. You can't just fucking fuck with a person you never made a purchase from. You can't do that. It's not, I have an Etsy store. That's not how it works. That's not how it works. And I'm sick of this. And yes, I understand that you say, okay, what was your name? Straight up blowing minds. Stop listening to their noise. We have stopped listening to their noise. That's what I've tried to tell you. We don't interact with these people at all. We don't mention them. We don't talk about them. What we talk about is the cases that we cover. And so, no, but this isn't important because we have literally been accused of murder. Do you understand? It's not just stop paying attention to these people. We tried that.
Right. Once I'm having some audio issues here, but I mean, you got to understand. So I'm doxxed and bullied, and then I don't, so we keep moving on, right? We do nothing. We make no reports. Nothing goes on. We just decide to, rise above it and keep going. And so I guess then they didn't get the reaction they wanted, so they had to double down and come back with something as insane as this.
They won't stop. It just doesn't ever end. And no matter what we do, this is continuously happening. I'm tired of this. I've been dealing with this for over 8 years. First, as a Gypsy supporter and the PR for the family, I was mercilessly attacked for defending them. And I was wrong in a lot of things that I said that I didn't know. And I accepted that. I got that. But when the Natasha thing started, that was not the same thing. And it was intense and it was crazy. And, we were dealing with the FBI, and then Christy convinced me, let's just let it, I can get it all to stop. If you just drop this FBI suit, I'll just get it all to stop. I can get it all to stop. And, I should have seen that as the 100% red flag. I should have realized at that point, how is she going to get it to stop? How is she going to make this all go away if she's still claiming that Natasha is bullying her and harassing her and asking me for my help and shutting her down, despite the fact that we hadn't worked together in several years? Like, what the fuck? I should have realized that, and I should have pushed full force ahead. But instead, because I was so desperate to want the drama to end, and it did, for 4 years, we had peace. There was nothing that was going on. I wasn't in an argument with Natasha. I didn't have to deal with Gypsy Rose or Christy anymore. We'd done our podcast and we were good. We built a whole ass company. We built a whole network. We built a network of individuals that we can call on to help us with cases, look at things for professionals in the industry. We have done all of that. We established ourselves. We walked away from this for 4 years. It was not until we decided to pick up the sword again, because we had a book and a documentary we were working on, and she was coming out, and we wanted to get something out before she got out, that all this started again. They started it. They are the ones that shut it all down, shut me down on the Banfield show, got me blackballed from the media, just as what Christy and Gypsy threatened in emails that they would do. Gypsy threatened me, told me she was a loose cannon. I didn't want to get in a media war with her. And when she was through with me, nobody in Hollywood would ever speak to me again. She said that in writing. And she's tried to do that over and over again. As long as you're speaking, so learn how to navigate better. You know what, honey? I've been doing this a long time. I know what I'm doing. Thank you very much. I don't need advice onto what I'm doing, but I appreciate your concern. Okay. But here's the thing. Then last night, or the night that they freaking did the porn thing, which was that yesterday? I can't even remember what day we're on.
It's been so awful. Yeah, it was yesterday.
Within 5 seconds of that live going up, had already taken and clipped my reaction. So they're stealing copyrighted fucking material. They're stealing it. Every time you put out one of my videos, all of my videos say that you do not have permission to use my videos in any way, shape, or form. So every single one of you who is using my videos, my documents, any of that, you are committing copyright infringement, and it is a federal offense. Just so you know, I thought it was a little fucking thing I could take care of really easily. And then my attorney informed me, no, honey, that's federal, and I got to do a lot for that. So you all need to stop. You just need to stop. You know what? You're done. Bye. I'm done with you. Thank you. All right. I know exactly what I'm doing. I've been doing it a long time. And they had my reaction up to the porn that they put up within minutes. And of course, they're spinning it, saying that Fancy just gets unhinged in one time in every fucking live. Just wait for it to happen. So I'm not supposed to be upset that you came into my live, impersonated my fucking followers and my mods on a live where we were talking about a 5-year-old child being killed by her own fucking father brutally, mind you. I'm not supposed to get upset about that and have a reaction because, oh, Fancy's unhinged again. No, I'm not unhinged. I am threatened. You are threatening me every day. You are bullying me every day. You are stalking me every day. And it is your fucking fault. I know it's planned. It's always planned. You all are fucking assholes. Go away, you irrelevant fucks.
Well, and you can't say, I mean, hold on. I'm having mic issues. Okay, that's better. I had to turn it off and back on. What I was saying was, I mean, the exposing the good wives, we know who's behind that. And they obviously had to have had something to do with the porn prank, because they were screen recording intentionally on purpose during that time to catch your reaction. I mean, that wasn't just a coincidence. And that's, I know that Harley Kim is involved in that. I believe Kendall Grant is involved in that. And I'm sorry, but
Brandy Jolly, which is Uncorked with Brandy, because she was over there commenting on it and bullshitting and saying, you know, oh, Fancy's fucking horrible. Da, da. You didn't even know what fucking happened, Brandy. You have no fucking clue what happened. You are assholes. You're just assholes. And you steal from us, and you steal my work. You steal my time. You steal my ideas. You steal all of it. And I've had enough. And today I'm only here addressing this because it was a very serious fucking matter. Otherwise, I wouldn't be talking about you non-fucks. You guys are irrelevant as fuck.
Being accused, being accused of causing someone to unalive themselves and being actually called a murderer. I guess that would be murderer by proxy. I'm not sure how that works, you know, but so as if that's not bad enough, then our hearts are so heavy covering the sentencing hearing and listening to the victim impact statements that were devastating about this poor little girl, and just her piece of shit father that could do the things that he did to her, and then still absolutely refuse to give up where her remains are, so family can have some closure. It's another way for him to continue to hurt the family.
Appeal not approved.
Appeal not approved. Okay, so
Shit.
the 11th, when is it lifted?
I guess the 11th at this time. I don't fucking know.
So then, you know, our hearts are heavy with that, and our hearts are very heavy with this Micah Miller situation. That is, the things that are coming out about that, it just seem to get worse and worse by the day. And we're trying to cover that, and then they think it's going to be really cute and funny to come in and pull this porn prank. And like I said, I just felt like you guys completely desecrated the memory of these two victims.
Yeah.
And again, I'm going to say it again, for people that are joining that might not have heard it. We were not discussing Gypsy at all. We were discussing the passing of Harmony. We were discussing the passing of Micah. We were talking about the cases we had upcoming. We were discussing the Murdaugh case. We were discussing Daybell that we've been covering, that trial. We have so many cases going on right now. And then, of course, Lori Vallow Daybell's other cases are going to be coming up, and her next trials will be starting as soon as Chad's are finished. So, I mean, we've been burning the candle at both ends, trying to get these massive, stories covered. And then we get a monkey wrench thrown in here with a very, very serious accusation that is a federal crime. What they did was not only
an international crime at this point.
Right. And it's terrible. It's been so terrible. And then, the porn thing just absolutely was just so, it still leaves me speechless, because when it happened, I was sitting there in the midst of still trying to comprehend what I had just heard in Adam Montgomery's sentencing hearing about what he did to his little bitty girl, baby girl.
There was a reason why we hadn't covered that case. It was too much for us. That's why I have never covered the It's why I've never covered the Gabriel Fernandez case. No matter how much I enjoyed watching and learning about that case on Netflix, that was a great documentary. It was heartbreaking. And the stories about children being unalived in brutal ways is always hard for us to discuss. Yes, we talk about moms who kill. We talk about moms who kill. We talk about, family annihilators and things like that. But when it is a singled out child like this, like the case of the little girl that was left home for 10 days or whatever, and she passed away and she's like 14 months old, I can't cover those cases like other people can. They hurt my heart. And
I can't either. I was crying listening to the victim impact statements.
Yes.
And very emotional, and I was already very, very distraught over the things I was learning about Micah Miller's case, and the way she had been brutally victimized and abused and stalked and harassed and just tortured for years by this pastor, her estranged husband, JP Miller. And so that was already heavy on my heart. And then this thing with Sarah Jane Anderson was very heavy on my heart and mind. So it's been a tough week, and we've still been trying to push through.
And on top of that, you and I had a very different opinion of how to handle the situation. And we were having words, we weren't arguing, we weren't mad at each other, but I had to come at you in a way that I don't like coming at you as the person that has to make the final decision and say, no, I'm sorry. I've heard everything you said. And no, I'm sorry. We will not be doing it that way. The way we're going to do it is this way because I have to think of the company before I think of anything else, and so we were having a pretty rough week with each other because we had a difference of opinion on the whole Sarah Jane Anderson and what to do about it, and she felt like I wasn't even listening to her about how freaking important this was for me to address because I wasn't going to address it at all. I was just going to wait for today, which what I knew was coming, and it would all fall apart. And I just felt like I just didn't need to give it any amount of my attention or worry. And it was upsetting to her. It was upsetting to the rest of my team because they all felt I was not taking it serious when I was taking it very serious. But like I said, I've been through so much in 8 years, nothing phases me anymore to the point where, I told you guys, I got peace this year and I have not had peace for all 49 years of my fucking life. I have not had peace. I have been in a fight or flight mode. I had an abusive mother. I've been through all kinds of horrible things. So the way that I deal with stuff is very different, especially since being what happened last year, losing Christina, having my company taken from me by people I trusted, things like that. And so I just had a difference of opinion as to how to approach this. I was in bed when at 12:30 at night, I start getting these messages from Natasha and I'm like, oh God, I don't want to do this. But if Natasha's messaging me, my history with Natasha, we've recently buried the hatchet to be cordial with each other and be able to, speak about this case together because we both have important pieces of information. And to be honest with you, her and I are the only ones with the closest truthful story. That's it. And I don't trust her on a lot of things about it because of my doubts of what Christy put in my head and said. But, and Natasha has her own issues, so there's things I don't trust that she did or didn't do, or I don't believe in certain things, but we are the only two that have all the information that we have left, and so she gets me out of bed at 12:30 at night. And I just literally, like, not 10 minutes before, told Sarah, no, I'm going to bed. I don't want to talk about this anymore. And I was getting into the bed with my husband when I saw all the messages come from Natasha. And I was like, oh, fuck. What does she want? So I open it up. And of course, she's talking about this unaliving of Sarah Jane Anderson. But she didn't say that's exactly what she wanted to talk about. She basically just said, hey, I've got some information and I think you need to come clear it up in a safe space. And I said, I know what you're talking about, Natasha, and I'd rather not. Can we schedule this for tomorrow morning? And she said, no, I really think you need to come now, Fancy, because my whole audience has heard this on 2 different platforms now. They came into my live and started crap. That Helen Hunt person went into Natasha's live and started doing the same thing they did to us, spamming her with, did you hear that this person killed themselves? Did you hear that this person killed themselves? Did you hear it? And she was like, no, you've already tried to tell me this and I wasn't going to cover this. Now you've brought it to my audience. Fuck. Now I actually have to. She wasn't going to cover it either. She didn't want to have to deal with it either. So, I had to go on there. Sarah and I spent 2 hours in the middle of the fucking night freaking, addressing a subject of a person who is completely off their rocker and pulling a stunt like this. You
And
don't
I will say, my damn mic, I don't know what's going on. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, because it's showing me there's nothing going on. I will say this though, I appreciated Natasha not, falling for this crap and using this baited information as ammunition. I appreciated that she took it so seriously and encouraged us to file, police reports. And I appreciate that she did give us a safe space to discuss it. And I even appreciate Ryan going into Bree's Live and trying to shut it down. And I appreciate the post that she even made where she said, and she brought forward evidence of her prior conversations with Sarah Jane that I knew nothing about, proving that she was a liar and unhinged and completely off her rocker. So I do have to say that was two things I do appreciate.
Yeah, I mean, give credit where credit is due. We always try to apologize if we get something wrong, or we're wrong on something that we've reported on. In fact, I have one of those situations I need to clear up today about Dee Dee, because I found something in the drive today that I hadn't seen before, and I didn't realize I had it, and so it's concerning that BB gun incident. I know exactly when it happened now. I know when what happened. She was seen in an emergency room. I have that document. I had no idea I even had it. So I have said in the past, I did not believe that she had been treated in an emergency room. However, there were no bullets inside Dee Dee's body. There was nothing. She had bruises, and that was all she had.
Right.
So I
And
guess it
see,
happened.
I had questioned you about that because I had seen from other content creators that she was treated at the emergency room. And that is why I took it. What?
Go ahead. But see, nobody else has that proof but me.
Okay. Well, I had heard that she was treated in the emergency room. And that's why I said it was such a serious thing for them to do, because if they are treated in the emergency room and they file a police report about this, and then, because they're claiming that someone tried to rob them in the parking lot of Walmart and they give this description, I said, you don't understand the seriousness of the consequences of their actions, because they gave a false police report, and someone fitting that description could have been put in prison or arrested.
They didn't give a false police report. There was no police report filed.
Okay, so the description that they posted about the man on their page was only limited to their page?
To my understanding, there is no police report ever filed.
See, I thought that the emergency room would be required to.
Not from what I can tell. And we never found any indication that was ever turned into police ever. We never found a case. We found where she had, the robbery. We have that one where the robbery happened, and supposedly we have that. I found that yesterday. I found the actual report from it. And we have something. One of the pizza guy thing was one of the ones where we have something for, but nothing for this. So as far as I know, so far there is no police report for this specific incident. And then it also, from what I know, I'm looking for the medical records where Dr. Beckerman actually talks about this, and I need to make sure that those dates those dates line up, because I don't think they do. I do not think that they line up with the time frame of when this actual incident report from the emergency room happened, and when they tell Beckerman that it happened, and when they put it up on their Facebook as it happening. I know that she's done this before with stories like Dee Dee telling the story about the accident and her losing her memory. She tells that story in Louisiana when it actually happened, and she says it happened 2 years prior. That's correct. But when she goes to Missouri, she tells the doctor the same thing, and it only happened 2 months before. So they have, even their stories that are truthful are always still riddled with lies or inaccuracies, or it didn't take place when they say it took place, or didn't take place at all. So, I mean, but I have this document that proves that she was seen in an emergency room for bruising, multiple bruisings. They do, it was a BB gun, multiple bruisings. And they do say that they were shot at Walmart. It does say that. So I don't know why there's not a police report, but from what I can find, there is not. If somebody can find me a police report, I'm happy to discuss it.
But do you guys understand that an innocent man could have been arrested and had their life ruined by this lie that they told to the public?
Yeah. So let me see here. I want to see if I can pull it up without like giving Dee Dee's personal information on it, because I don't have it redacted. But let me see here. So I want you guys to see it. DER visit, is that what it is? Yes.
And my question was always, Walmart has so many cameras in their parking lot. Why did they not go back to look at their video footage of when this supposedly happened to see if they could verify it?
Yeah, I don't know. I really don't. Hold on. Trying to find where the one is that it is. BB gun trauma. Okay, yeah, so this is the whole thing. It's an 11-page document. I will put it into our Patreon for you guys to see, because it was part of the fraud investigation. That's why we have it. We don't have a lot of Dee Dee's medical records because, obviously Dee Dee was not here to sign for those records, but this was part of what came in the investigative stuff from HBO and from the FOIA request. So I will put them in there. Michelle, what is going on? What is going on in the chat? Why are you guys freaking out? Who is leaving and why? What is going on? Can we please just keep it nice in the chat? Really? Can we be nice to each other, please? I don't know what's going on, but please, can everybody just be nice? Michelle has been here a lot. She's been one of our major supporters. What is going on? Yes, I can tell you where her body was bruised. Just give me a second. Let me pull it up here. Okay, fantastic. It says, let me see. They have the indications of where they are. See the thing here. Let's see if I can show this to you guys. Hold on and see if you guys can look at this and see. I mean, this was released to the public, so it's not like it's a problem for me to share it. Yeah, okay, here we go. All right, so here we have on the screen, this is Dee Dee's incident report from this. So, I can't, I don't see any indications here. Like, I don't see if you guys can, do you see where they're indicating it? I mean, are these little dots all the different ones? Is that what it's supposed to be, those little dots? Because she got hit like 10 times, they said. Ties with pellet, no police report. There it says right there, no police report.
Wow. See? Wow. I thought that would be an automatic.
No police report. There you go. You have it right there from the medical records. So basically, let's see here. Patient verbalized understanding of discharge instructions. Yeah. So basically, they just did. Chief complaint is pain and bruising from BB gun wounds, multiple all over body. Patient states 10 in total. Once wounds checked, stated occurred on Saturday during a robbery in Walmart parking lot. And then they did some imaging of it for the pain and the trauma from the BB gun. It shows that there's no acute fractures. There's no left fractures. So basically, she's just fine. There's nothing wrong with her legs. There's nothing. Nothing is wrong. She's fine. Everything is great. And they discharge her. And so that was it. That was it. So no.
If there were no BBs that needed to be dug out and it was just bruising, why did she even make this ER visit?
This was at 6/13 of 2011, from what I can understand. Yes, Danielle, you can say whatever you'd like, love. So If it was 6/13/2011, I mean, that's that, and that coincides with Nick's story that she tried to do this, 2 times. I mean, I don't know, like, but it doesn't line up. I do not believe it lines up with when she tells Beckerman this happened. So we'll have to look and see. But yeah, I think she was looking for pain pills. That's why she went in. I don't think the wounds needed to be checked. I think she wanted pain pills. She was complaining about pain. And so they gave her pain pills.
Mm-hmm.
I think Dee Dee was a
Yeah.
pill popper. I think Dee Dee had a strong addiction to the medications. They did that. That's what happened to my mother. As my mom got older and got sicker and sicker, they basically just gave my mom like a fucking big ass fucking bottle like this size, literally, of Vicodin. And she just took Vicodin on a regular basis. And I was so concerned about it. I used to tell the doctors, "Are you sure this is okay?" "Oh, it's safe. She's fine." And I don't believe so. But so I'm thinking, if Dee Dee was drug seeking, that would be a way to go in there and get drugs, because if she had run out, or her doctor had said maybe, they don't want to continue to prescribe her the prescription, anything like that could have happened, because I can't figure any other reason for her to go in there either, especially if the wounds are all healed and it's just superficial bruising, like they said.
I believed that they were selling these pills as
Well,
a
I
form of
agree.
income.
Of course, I agree. I know people who do that, and they go for, something per pill. You get $3 to $10 per pill, depending on which pill it is that you're selling. So yeah, I mean, I think she was, and maybe they'd run out of supply, or maybe they needed something, or maybe she just needed some for herself. I don't know. But it's definitely not a serious fucking thing. She was seen in the emergency room. They didn't do anything. They took some, scans of it, said there's nothing wrong. You're not broken bones anywhere. You're all okay. Go on your merry way. And here's a prescription, and that's it. I mean, so I had thought that this did not happen at all. I really, truly, it took me a long time to believe that the BB gun story even happened, because for me, the BB gun story was so unbelievable that here she is, she tells us she runs away to Dan's house, and she gets dragged back, and her mom smashes her computer, and she tells her if she does this again, she's going to smash her hands with this hammer, and you better stay in line, and da-da-da-da fucking da-da-da-da. But you shoot her 10 times with a BB gun thinking it's a real gun, and mama does nothing? You post about on your Facebook about how lovey-dovey you are and the bullet is out? Huh.
And also saying, if if a man approaches you, in the parking lot of Walmart asking for money, be careful, because this is what happened to us and we were robbed. And that was also a way for them to get people to give. This was a way for them to get more sympathy, and also it was a way for them to get more money, because people gave them money thinking they'd been robbed.
It won't be any fun for them if you just kick and block them, but getting mad that gives them a reason to block you, or make it so you can't read your comments and do your talk without being bothered. Honey, I usually do just kick them and block them, okay? But today is a different situation. But thank you, Danielle. I appreciate the advice. We normally do just kick them and not say a damn word, but today that's not going to happen today, because I want to make damn sure everyone knows why they're being kicked today, because it's important. It's not just our regular normal drama that we're dealing with today. It's a little different. Anyway, so yeah, I mean, it took me a long time to even believe that this thing happened. And now, like you said, now they're using it for sympathy. They're using it for sympathy. They're putting it out there. Oh, we got hurt. Oh my goodness. And mom's laid up in bed. So everybody, I don't know how I'm going to eat. And oh my goodness, I mean, literally just another sympathy ploy, something for them to go and talk about. Oh my God, I know, we were at Walmart and it was just so harrowing. It's just another part of a con. Another part of a con.
And like I said, again, my biggest, concern with this is the fact that someone could have been wrongfully arrested and convicted and had their life destroyed because they wanted to tell another lie, and they don't care.
And they don't care. It's the same thing they did to the little girl down the street that she got in, she blamed her on her robbing them when she sent the money to Nicholas to be there. It's all fucking so sick. She has no care, nor do the people that run around with her and do things on her behalf, her stepmother, all the fucking minions they have collected across the internet. None of these people have any morals or ethics. They don't care who they hurt, what lives they destroy. They don't care if people go to prison. They don't care if people are unalived for this. They don't care if people unalive themselves. They don't care about any of that. All they care about is making sure that Gypsy stays in the news every fucking day and she gets money every fucking day. And that's it. That's all they care about. And the rest of them that run around doing their bidding are just a bunch of yo-yos who have nothing better to do with their lives and want to be fucking relevant when you're so fucking not. Like seriously, go find a case and make yourself relevant. I did. I freaking did 8 years of research to be relevant in this case, for God's sakes. I'm one of the only reasons any of you have any fucking truth. I'm not bragging. It's the fucking truth of the matter. If I hadn't done the work, no one would know goddamn anything about this woman and her fucking con artist family. And they would just continue to go on hurting people.
And remember, and I want to remind the viewers too that, when you first started out with this case, you were pro Gypsy 100% and anti Nick 100%. And then after dealing with years of bullshit and then having the true evidence and things come forward that have been hidden from you by this family, you came to the realization that really just nearly broke you mentally and emotionally to your core, that you had been deceived, and then your opinion changed.
Yeah. My opinion changed based on what I saw, the conversations I had, and what I knew to be true. And it was heartbreaking. I mean, it broke all of our hearts. Fully hook, line, sinker, I bought it. And even my issues with Gypsy, I just, again, like most people do, I chalked it up to the extreme amount of abuse and trauma that she had suffered. But when I started looking more and more and more into this, there is nothing like that. There is no proof that any child abuse ever went on in that home. And I can make a case for how much I don't think it happened at all. I absolutely can 100% prove that medical child abuse did not happen in any way, shape, or form. We can prove it with the medical records. It's why they're upset that they gave us the medical records, but they gave us the medical records because they thought I wouldn't know what I was looking at and it would run me around in circles. And it did. For 7 fucking years, these things ran me in circles. For the last 5 years, literally, the fucking things that we have had in these damn binders have driven us all insane. Fucking sane. Trying to figure out what the fuck is wrong with these doctors. I don't understand. The results look weird, and then they're doing this, and we couldn't figure out what the fuck was going on. And now that we know, I can pick up every single document here, every single medical record. I could grab one by random and read it to you and tell you exactly how it applies to the chromosome deletion disorder that she has, how it applies to the fact that she was not medically child abused, and what exactly was the doctor trying to figure out in that test or in that procedure. I know. Oh my God. No one, just shut up. Good God. Goodness gracious. Okay. So yes, I do think Medicaid gets more money for each thing listed for the most part. I think there's something like that, Danielle or Celeste. I think that's something that's where I'm kind of really boggled by this whole thing as to why Medicaid themselves have not taken charges against her, knowing that she was an adult from 18 to 23 participating in this. I am wondering. But here's the thing. What I think the reason being is because there was nothing ever treated for any of the fraudulent things, such as cancer, She never saw an oncologist. She never got cancer treatment. She never got chemo. She never, so there's nothing for them to come after her for putting that she had cancer in her file, because nothing was done for cancer. The same thing with muscular dystrophy. There was nothing being done for muscular dystrophy. So there's no fraud that Medicaid could go after, I guess. I mean, that's the only thing I can think of to make sense of this.
I have a question about that as well, because I wondered why Medicaid did not put a claim against Dee Dee after she passed away in probate court, because that often happens. And that's actually something that I've been dealing with my father's passing, is that after
I
he
think
passed,
it's
we're still stuck in probate court, and it's been over 5 years. And Medicaid came back. He had Medicaid and Medicare. He was 81 years old, and they came back after his passing and put basically a lien against our property, and against his
but
bank account for bills that they paid that they wanted to be reimbursed for. So I wondered why they didn't do that with Dee Dee's.
I know why. Will you let me explain why?
Oh, I'm sorry. I'm having difficulty hearing you.
Yeah, I know. We're having a hard time. No. I know why. Because there was nothing from the house. The house did not belong to her. Even though they had a mortgage, she does not get the house put into her name fully until it was turned over from Habitat to her. Now, the siblings went to probate court. She even put a claim in probate court. Gypsy did, that I did not know about, to try to keep the house. But what happened is that, that Habitat repossessed the house, and they have now since given it to another Habitat family, because it is a Habitat neighborhood. Now, here's the thing. There was nothing else for them to attach to. If she doesn't have a house, she's still paying on this fucking car that she had just bought, with donation money. There's nothing for them to attach to try and recoup the money. The only thing they can do is go for criminal charges.
It still just seems just like a little off. Like I would just think that there's still some way they would have tried to recoup some of their losses.
Well, yeah, I don't understand why they haven't done that. I don't understand why the charities haven't come after her and sued her personally, especially if she's walking around flaunting her fucking self, saying I'm worth $6 million, and offering a bill to come and do a photo op with Habitat. Are you fucking serious? You think Habitat wants a photo op with you? They're fucking embarrassed by you, sweetheart. How fucking mentally off are you to think that Habitat would somehow want your Lifetime show to come and video you doing something for Habitat? Where the fuck do you think why would they want that? They're already upset enough that you fucking fleeced them for a fucking house.
Right. And like I said, I mean, I just
equity on at all.
Right. And just to put, besides all of the charities that were fleeced, they're just Medicaid alone has, if they choose, they could come after them.
But Sarah, that's what I'm telling you. There isn't anything for Medicaid to come after them for. There's nothing. Nothing. Because if even let's say the seizure medicine that she wasn't taking, just because she's not taking it doesn't mean that it wasn't legitimately prescribed to her for a legitimate issue with the seizures that's tied to the medical condition she has. She could have been having them. We don't even know that she wasn't having them, because she lies so fucking often. She could have just said, I'm not having them, to tell the story that I wasn't having them. But as far as what I can tell, and Colleen and I can tell, there's not a whole lot of Medicaid case here, because there's nothing that was being billed for that wasn't necessary. So I don't know what they could even do. That was my question originally. But once we figured out what actually happened and what these files really mean, I don't see a Medicaid case at all, to be honest with you, unless the Medicaid wants to go after the two doctors for what they did. And that would still be, in my opinion, I think that's still going to be a malpractice suit and a hospital suit, not a Medicaid situation.
Yeah.
If she had an
I see
oncologist,
what you're saying.
yes, that would be a Medicaid situation. If she'd seen an oncologist, for sure. Yeah.
I mean, I see your point, but I also know that the government does not appreciate being fleeced.
But they weren't. That's what I'm trying to tell you. They weren't fleecing the hospital and the Medicaid and all that. They were fleecing independent charities and independent individuals.
And why, and everyone asks this over and over and over and over. They all want to know why none of these charities are trying to come after Gypsy's millions of dollars to recoup anything.
That's what I would like to know.
And I can't give a logical explanation.
I can't either. I can't. I don't understand. This would be a class action suit of all class action suits, basically. Like,
is it just maybe perhaps a statute of limitations issue on time?
It could be. That was one of the things that I said. Okay, so as far as medical fraud, and suing the doctors, one of the reasons I told them, I was like, and this was okay. So when you think about this, think up until January, I was still operating under the assumption that the doctors were fucking awful. Still, no matter what I fucking knew, the doctors were awful. Whether they billed for things they didn't get, or they were billing for practices they didn't participate in, I don't fucking know. But I was still looking at the medical records as them being fucking at least truthful enough to prove that the doctors were fucking, awful. But what happened is I proved through all of this that it was all just written down. The fraud is only the fact that they continued to charge things in her chart that she didn't have and did not get her. I don't understand that they're not the same. The records are now not the same. It's not the same thing. I got lost in what I was answering, so I'm sorry.
Sorry, we were discussing about the possibility of statute of limitations.
So when we first talked to them, I started looking into the statute of limitations, and recently, this last year, I looked to see like what would happen with the fraud, like what could we do with the fraud, or how could we still hold the doctors responsible? And I found out that 8 years is the sentence, is the statute of limitations. So it's really convenient to me that she ended up with just 8 years. That's exactly how many years she needed for all the fraud to go away. I don't find that coincidental.
Bree was on one of her lives, and she said people were coming in and discussing this, like, why didn't Gypsy, why isn't she being held accountable to pay back all of these people she fleeced and all this different stuff like that? And they brought up the Habitat post, which I thought was just absolute crap. And of course, she's going to defend Gypsy to her dying breath. But she said, you guys don't know how many donations that she has made to all of these different charities behind closed doors. She just doesn't tell you guys about it. And I thought, oh, are you kidding me? So yeah, that's what Bree is saying right now, that Gypsy has been making all of these donations since she's been out to various charities that none of us know anything about.
That's sus as fuck. I'm sorry. No, she has not. I'd like receipts, please. Since she decided to ask us for receipts for anything we do, where are her receipts? I'd love to see some receipts for those charity donations that she's given, and she's been paying them back. Oh, how kind of her to do so. Fuck off.
And I'm going to tell you what, I'm sorry, but Gypsy is not going to make a donation and let that go without being announced to the universe. Like, look at me, I'm such a good person. I made a donation to this charity.
So let me get this straight. You decided that it was better for you to make a post about a charity that basically told you to kick rocks, kick bricks, bitch. We don't want to fucking thing with you. You thought that was more important. You posted that, but you're going to tell me that you didn't post your feel good. I feel so glad. You know what? It's one more charity I don't have to worry about. I feel so horrible for what my mother did to this charity. I can't believe she fleeced all this money. And today I gave them a donation of $50,000. You're telling me she wouldn't have been telling everybody that? If she donated a fucking dollar to them, she would have fucking been telling everybody about that.
Exactly. And I was just like irate. I thought, you wants to make Gypsy look like, oh, she tried so hard. She tried to donate money. She tried to donate time to Habitat, and they just rejected her and treated her terribly. And, you guys are always coming after her, wanting to know why she's, not giving back to these people. Well, there was a lot of money. She wasn't in charge, This was Dee Dee's scam. Gypsy didn't have anything to do with it. Gypsy doesn't even know all the people that Dee Dee scammed. Gypsy's just, so she's just out here in Never Never Land and doesn't have any idea what's going on with the finances and the donations of these people that they fleeced for years. So that's one part, Then second part, she comes back with, and then on top of that, you guys don't know what she does, and you have no idea the contribution she has made and the donations that she has made silently to all of these various organizations and charities that she's told you guys nothing about.
Give me a fucking break. Sola Gratia.
Bullshit.
Right. She's bullshit. She's dumb as a box of rock when it comes to the game she plays. She doesn't think things through to the end. Well, that's very clear. That is a pattern with her. She makes a plan. She does not plan it well. She thinks that there's somehow going to be the same level of a veil in front of her that her mother created when she did the convincing people that she's so sick. Well, she doesn't have a veil to hide behind anymore. And she doesn't understand that. And so she just thinks people are going to buy her fucking bullshit. And then every time that she gets called out on the bullshit, that bitch can't even fucking be like, well, okay, so whatever, or even just ignore it and be like, well, I'm sorry, that's the truth. And if you don't believe me, fuck you. Because that would be the stance I would take if it was truthful. I'd be like, well, fuck you. It's the truth. I don't fucking care. It is what it is. Fuck off. No. She has to come back and come with a new story. We're seeing this pattern with Ryan right now. First it was, oh my God, he's a horribly abusive guy who controls the shit out of me and reminded me of my mother, and he triggered me, and I couldn't spend time with my family, and he hated that. And so I had to lock myself into a bathroom while he was pounding on the door, scared for my fucking life. And I got to call my sister to come and get me in the middle of the night. Oh, wait. Oh, everybody realized that was a whole fucking lie. And Ken was already in town. And your sister had already made plans with you to come get you. So then instead of just saying, yeah, all right, you know what? It wasn't working out. I was already going to leave. And, we'd been having fights and I really was scared. But in that moment, I just, you're right. I just walked out and I went to my sisters or my parents. But you know why she can't do that? Do you know why she cannot do that, folks? For a very good reason. Krusty the Clown, Bree's head is so funny. That's funny.
Well, she's got to constantly be a victim, but you know what?
Nothing to do with that. It has nothing to do with it.
I want to say mention the note and the ring.
We'll get to that in a second. There is a specific reason why when everybody called her out that she could not do that and say, okay, yeah, I was already leaving and it didn't go down the way it happened and I wasn't in fear for my life and blah, blah. She has to continue to say that they were having problems the whole time, right? That they were always arguing. And then she goes into the other things. But what she was doing is, guess what? She left her home in the middle of the night. She is not allowed to do that as a parolee. She needed to have permission to go to her parents' house and reside there instead of the place that she is supposed to reside. She is not allowed to just up and walk out of a home and not get a permission and information to her parole officer immediately. So what's the only way that she could do that? The only way that she can leave her home like that and go to her parents' house and tell him after the fact would be to claim domestic violence and that her fucking life was in danger and she was scared and that's why she had to leave. But see, what happened is she didn't call the police again. So then she's caught in that lie and she doesn't know how to get out of it. So instead of realizing I'm caught in a lie, the gig is up and I should just tell the truth, she has to go on to make more and more fucking lies because she's a pathological liar. But what she was doing was covering her ass with her fucking PO. And that's my opinion, because there's no other explanation for what she did.
That actually, you know what, that actually makes perfect sense. Why not do it by the book? Because she can't follow the law, guys. She cannot. She can't. It's impossible. I mean, laws don't apply to her.
It's like she's got ODD, obsessive defiant disorder. Like she just has to go against authorities and the law. Like she can't.
Why didn't she contact? Because this leaving, this plan to leave was in the works for quite a while. Yes. She'd already flown Ken in. I mean, the whole thing was going on. Why didn't she contact her probation officer and say ahead of time, hey, I need permission to leave and go live with my parents now because I am going to be filing for divorce, and go ahead and get that legal permission ahead of time and then go through with it like that, like a normal person would do.
Well, you said it. You just said it, like a normal person would do. She's not normal. She's not normal. And she does not think things through. She does not, as far as she can plan for years and years and years and years, methodically plan. But you know what she doesn't do is she never looks for the factors that could fucking take her down. When you're a criminal, when you're a person that does things like this, that pulls cons and things, you have to know the room. You have to read every room that you walk into within seconds, know what you're doing, who you're with, where you are, exactly what character you're going to pull out of your fucking hat to play to get the people to do the things you want them to do. And when you're planning something such as the things that she has planned, you have to plan it to the letter, like every little fucking thing, every detail, everything that could go wrong. There's a reason why lawyers say they don't ask questions that they don't know the answers to, because they've already done all the things in their head and they're thinking what scenario is going to be the best way for me to get an answer that is the answer I want, right? That's what they're doing. So she doesn't think it through. She had already flown Ken in. Yes. She just doesn't think things through fully to the ultimate outcome, because she sees it. She says, this is what I want. This is how I'm going to do it. And she just does not have any thought process that something could go wrong in that. And if it does, oh, fucking well, she'll just lie again. Even her dad has this mentality. And I caught it the other day by somebody bringing it to my attention about the fact that when she married Ryan and he was in the documentary, he was like, well, we'll just have to pick up the pieces if she gets divorced because, I think she might just have to get divorced. So he literally was sitting there thinking to himself, well, this ain't going to fucking last, but I can't get through to my dumb fuck daughter. So, I guess we'll just have to deal with it when she's divorced and we'll pick up the pieces. Like, who goes into a marriage thinking, well, she can just get divorced? And exactly get divorced. That's not why you get married. You don't get married so you can just get divorced later when they fucking piss you off.
Right. Rod's like, oh, I give him a 50-50 chance.
Right. I gave him a 0 chance, Rod. A 0 chance. You couldn't see that coming, dude?
Right.
You couldn't see that coming.
And the thing is, a lot of people, for some reason, forget. They want to say like, oh, well, this marriage was just a few months. No, it was 2 years they were married. And then there was all the months that they dated, and then they were engaged before getting married. And I'm still baffled that Christy did not just go completely off the walls, the fact that there was no prenup.
I told them to sign a fucking prenup. They weren't going to do it the first time around with Ken either. I had to bully them into it almost. Tori and I went to fucking Christy, and we were like, look, we are going to set up a trust. And any of the money that we garner from anything that we make with this that is supposed to be paid out to Gypsy is going into a trust. And only you and I and Tori will have control of this trust. We wanted Christy to have control of it because, we obviously didn't want to control their money completely. But the whole reason for this was because I was like, if you're not going to protect her by signing a fucking prenup with this dude, despite the fact that I've told you to freaking do it 95 fucking times, then I'm going to protect her with the money that I'm giving her, because at least I can do that if you just won't do it. If you're just going to not be a parent today and you're just going to fucking be stupid and let your kid make the worst decision she could possibly make, then I'm going to have to put this into a trust, because I'm not going to allow the money that I gave you guys, that I worked my ass off to get, to be just flaunted away to some fucking gigolo. To every Tom, Dick, and Harry that comes in her life. You're fucking dumb for not doing this.
Yeah,
And
well,
they went ahead and did it anyway.
But I mean, according to what Gypsy has put out, is that the money she had coming out of prison was in a trust, and that the money made from her prison confessions documentary is hers to keep. But then anything after that prison confessions, they have to split 50-50.
Unless it's specific in her contract that way. Unless it's specific, honey. No. He gets half of everything while you were married. You made the prison confessions while you were married. Marital asset.
And he was a part of it, but I'm just relaying to you what she has posted, what she's put out.
I know the nonsense she puts out. She's the one who put the nonsense out that she was going to sue Hulu when I fucking knew she couldn't. Like,
Ryan needs to hire a financial forensics accountant.
Oh, I agree.
Those financial forensics, I mean, that is next level.
Right. All right. Well, I don't want to talk for much longer. So if you want to talk about the ring, let's do that. We're just going to finish up. This will be our gypsy dump of the day, because I'm not coming back again at night to talk about this bullshit again.
Well, our gypsy dump is usually just like kind of the ridiculous, funny things that have happened, but so far what we've been talking about has been serious and legal stuff.
I'm just not planning on coming back again tonight. So if we want to talk about any of the bullshit, we might as well just do it now, such as the ring bullshit that she's tried to pull this week now. I'm sorry. You can't have your cake and eat it too. You can't leave a note on the bedside table with a ring telling him you're sorry and everybody should be happy, and then say that he chased you into a freaking bathroom and scared you. You can't go and harass him about the dog and the fact that you can't believe he's giving away the dog. How fucking immature is that when you abandoned the dog? So when did you leave the ring and the note? I'd really like to know. Was it before you ran into the bathroom and were trapped in there while he was beating on the door? Or was it while he was snoring in the middle of the night and heating the bed up? Which one was it? Or did you leave it when he started hoarding the food? Like,
right. Of the refrigerator with the ice maker she's so proud of. How dare he put his leftovers in there?
Right. Right. Now is it bragging to post a picture with me with my ice maker? No. But the fact that.
Right. I mean, come on, guys. You don't leave a note saying, this isn't working out and we both deserve to be happy. Here's your grandmother's ring. And then say, oh, I had to flee for my life.
Right. 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 Liggy Sue, it is exhausting. It's exhausting to watch it continue to keep playing out when there is irrefutable proof that it's a lie. The media continues to sell the story the way that they've always sold the story, despite the fact that there is an insane amount of evidence to contradict every piece of their fucking story. And it's not just me who has that kind of things. Other people have those things and talk about them on their lives and their TikToks and their fucking things all the time. It's not just me, because I put so much out there that I gave everybody the ability to go out and figure it out for their fucking selves. And so many people have now. But the media just continues to promote the lies because all they care about is selling papers. But I swear to you, if you picked up the truth for one moment, mainstream media, you'd probably sell 5,000 more copies of it than you ever dreamed. I'm telling you, it'd be 5 times better. You would get 5 times more people interested in that. The people that are watching her bullshit is only watching her bullshit at this point to watch her fuck up. Like, nobody's watching this because they really give a flying fuck about Gypsy and want to know about her dumb fuck life. Nobody cares. It's irrelevant. I mean, I don't care how many times you go with the Dollar General in a fucking day. This is why I didn't understand the reality show in the first place. I'm like, and so what are they going to be doing a reality show on? You know what's really funny about that? I asked Christy about it. I said, I hear you're doing a fucking reality show. Is this true? And she's like, no, we're not doing a reality show. I mean, what would they do a reality show on, me feeding the dog? Meanwhile, she was already in talks on that reality show.
Well, we had a list of some funny things and some crazy things that have happened this past week with Gypsy. That was for our Friday Dipsy Dump series that we do that everyone enjoys. But and if you don't want to do that, that's fine. I understand. But there is one thing I did want to bring up that she did this week that I don't find funny. I find it very serious. And that is her capitalizing and promoting on the Nicole Brown Simpson documentary that her best buddy Melissa Moore has now put out on Lifetime. Read the room, honey.
And the thing is she never does good on these videos. Like, you think that somebody would tell her how to make the fucking video so she doesn't sound like a complete and utter fucking nincompoop. Like, serious to God. And then she's got that freaking, picture of a Munchausen by proxy awareness. What the fuck? You're sitting in this fucking wheelchair and you put that out there. Oh, Munchausen by proxy abuse. Oh, I'm so cute now. Look at how hot I am. I'm so beautiful.
Right.
Now.
It's the glow up. They're calling it the glow up video.
You didn't fucking glow up, and you sure as shit didn't grow up. You're a fuck up, and you'll always will be. And no matter how much you fucking fix the face, honey, the soul is black.
And we've got her with the deal with the beach, and I don't even know. I can't believe I actually had to go into a comment about that photo of her on the beach in the wheelchair, and people are still saying it's photoshopped. And I said, listen, we didn't even make it through Dr. Phil's interview with her for 10 minutes, and he showed it 4 times in 10 minutes.
That picture of her on the beach, I'm not sure if it's the Discovery Cove one or not, because I don't think that's the time period. I believe that picture was taken in 2015 in January when they went to Florida. I don't know exactly what it was that they did on that trip. I know they went to Disney and they went to Harry Potter. I don't know what else they did. I believe that picture is from then, because if it was from the Dolphin Cove back in the day, she would have been much, much younger. So I don't think it's that one. But here's the thing. That picture was provided to Dr. Phil by one person and one person only. And you want to know who that is? Christy fucking Blanchard. So if it's photoshopped, Christy Blanchard, who photoshopped it?
And you don't think Dr. Phil's not going to vet these?
Right.
And then we have her, She's swimming with the dolphins.
In way, shape, or form.
We've got her swimming with the dolphins,
right?
Which makes absolutely no sense that you would put a paralyzed child on, and she wasn't a child, she was a woman, but someone who's paralyzed on the back of a dolphin. And then what I have never seen before that Dr. Phil popped up in those first 10 minutes was a photo of Gypsy in a pool, swimming pool, alone in an inner tube floaty. Okay, right. First of all, someone who's paralyzed is not going to be able to balance themselves in a floaty like that, like an inner tube type floaty. Also, she was not wearing a life jacket. So what if she had flipped out of it, which is what would have happened if she'd actually been paralyzed, and then she would have just sank to the bottom because, she can't swim because she can't use her feet, right? So that was crazy to me. But again, back to, and there's actually some things that have gone on this week that were humorous, especially with her talking about, her having a real hamburger for the first time, and not knowing how a shower worked, and all of this stuff, and then of course the thing with her and Paris Hilton, there's all that stuff.
Wait, I didn't hear about the Paris Hilton part. I've only heard about the fact that she thinks Taylor Swift wrote a fucking song about her. What happened?
Oh Lord, yes. Yes. Now, what is the name of that song she says that she believes Taylor Swift wrote about her?
I don't know.
It's escaping
straight out of the Slammer, I think it is. No joke. No, that's really what it is. Straight out of the Slammer.
Are you serious?
Yeah.
So what happened with apparently she was talking about how much she loved Paris Hilton, and then she said she was using Paris's old, like from the 2000s, that's hot. That's hot.
That's so fat. That's so
fat. Right. And as if, and that's hot. She was using Paris Hilton's "that's hot" quote. And so Paris responds and gives her this big supporting, you go girl, blah, blah, blah. I mean, just fully supporting Gypsy and wanting, her to have this wonderful life. And, now she's a Gypsy stan.
Well, yeah, it's literally called Fresh Out the Slammer.
What, does it pull up any of the lyrics?
You want the lyrics? Hold on.
I just wondered if they make any sense or correlate to Gypsy at all. I mean, what made Gypsy think this was about her other than
straight out of the slam, fresh out the slammer?
Right. Well, right. Besides the title, what else is there in the body of this song?
Well, let's see. Now, pretty baby, I'm running back home to you. Fresh out the slammer. I know who my first call will be to. Fresh out the slammer. Oh, another summer taking cover, rolling thunder. He don't understand me. Splintered back in winter, silent dinners, bitter. He was with her in dreams. Gray and blue and fights and tunnels, handcuffed to the spell I was under. For just 1 hour of sunshine, years of labor, locks and ceilings, in the shade of how he was feeling. But it's going to be all right. I did my time. Now, pretty baby, I'm running back home to you. Fresh out the slammer. I know who my first call will be to. Camera flashes, welcome batches, get the matches, toss the ashes off the ledge. And I said in my letters, now that I know better, I will never lose my baby again. My friends tried, but I wouldn't hear. Watch me daily, disappearing. For just one glimpse of his smile, all those nights you kept me going, swirled you into all my poems. Now we're at the starting line. I did my time. Now, pretty baby, I'm running to the house where you still wait up and that porch light gleams, to the one who says I'm the girl of his American dreams. No matter what I've done, it wouldn't matter anyway. Ain't no way I'm going to screw up now that I know what's at stake. Here at the park where we used to sit on children's swings were imaginary rings, but it's going to be all right. I did my time. So unless that's a fucking call out to Dan, I don't know how she fucking could even think that would be somewhat about her.
I've actually got a different, my opinion is different than yours. I mean, that does sound like it was written about Gypsy.
I don't think so at all. It's about her relationship with a man that she doesn't want to be, that she wants to be with, that she's obsessed. But I don't think she wrote it about Gypsy, unless she's writing about Gypsy's obsession with this man.
Maybe she meant it about Ryan. Gypsy's running back to Ryan.
She wrote this a while ago. When would she have been running back to Ryan? And why would Taylor Swift give a fucking care in the world?
Well, I could see, but we do know Gypsy's delusional, and she has an obsession, just an unnatural obsession with Taylor Swift.
2 years ago.
Oh no, never mind. No, never mind. Never mind.
Come on now, Sarah, you really thought Taylor Swift wrote a song about Gypsy fucking Rose? Are you serious?
Well, to capitalize on Gypsy's fame, to piggyback, to make herself even more famous, but
Taylor don't need no fucking Gypsy fucking Rose for no fucking fame.
Gypsy is obsessed with Taylor. We know this.
Absolutely obsessed. In fact,
I can't hear anything you're saying, hun. I cannot hear any of that. Oh, okay.
I don't want you to hear. I said, well. And I was doing her whole thing. I'm just an average bear. Why do they apply to me like they apply to everyone else?
Well, yeah, because she's so upset she didn't get to go.
Hey, Gypsy, did you get to meet Joey King? Did you get to meet Joey King? Did Joey King come and meet you at SIR? Did you get to meet Joey King? Or did you only get to meet, trashy TMZ reporters?
I don't think that. Yeah, I don't think that she met up with Joey King, and Joey King had said that she would be interested in meeting with her, but when given the opportunity, it looks like she declined.
I'm sure she said that in public. I'm sure her attorneys and her managers and everybody told her to do that. But of course, she's just not going to be available to you. Kind of like Christy out mowing the lawn.
Or
Taylor was out mowing the lawn. Joy was out mowing the lawn that night. I'm so sorry she didn't get to come and meet with you because she was out mowing the lawn. Sorry.
Or Joey was detailing cars.
Yeah,
Or Joey had a migraine.
Maybe she was at a red light. That was my favorite. I'm at another red light. That was my favorite fucking ones of all of them, to be honest with you. That was hilarious. I'm sorry. Like, come on, Christy. Jesus, Joseph and Mary, you gave me better excuses. Good Lord.
So yeah, there's quite a few funny things, but one thing, OJ Simpson just passed away, and we've got a lot of people that are very, very upset at how his passing was handled. And with people are giving condolences to him, but it's like, where are the condolences for Nicole and Ron? And Ron just seems to be completely forgotten in all of this. And apparently, from a news article that I read, Ron's family is still trying to pursue now against OJ's estate. Now that he's passed away, they are still continuing to pursue the damages that they were awarded in that civil case.
Right, and their executor had made like a statement to say that he would make sure that none of it would go to Ron Goldman's family.
Right, I saw that. He actually, he was basically like, I will do anything and everything in my power to make sure that you guys never see a dime. Okay, well, apparently that didn't go over well, because then he came back and apologized and gave another statement saying, okay, I'm sorry, but, and I do know how this works, with probate. there are a list you have of priorities, like who gets paid first. You know, that's
Right,
going to be
right. You have to go
funeral
down the list. If there's
expenses,
anything left
donation.
over, the next person gets
Right.
it. Yeah.
You go all the way down the list, and apparently Ron's case is 8th on the list. So by the time they hit him 8th on the list, if there's any money left over, which there won't be, then he's supposed to get something. But it was just, I mean, this attorney just made an ass out of himself.
For sure. And I would hope that maybe the Nicole Brown family, that the Brown family would maybe, you know, if they get paid what they sued for, maybe they'll include and give to Ron's family, because I just feel like these two families have just been trashed so horribly.
And then
And
we still have his children to take into consideration too. You know, what kind of inheritance will they be left with?
I don't know. I mean, that man has a lot of problems. Hey, Ink, yeah, my live got shut down, and we already discussed that in the beginning of the show. So if you'd like to go back and watch and find out what happened, you're more than welcome to. Hey, Celeste, yes, 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 fucking yes, we can talk about this. In fact, let me go find a picture.
This has bugged the shit out of you all week. You've been talking about this nonstop. This really got you.
It really did. It really did, because it just says so many. It
Do
says
you know what I noticed the most about it is that while Krusty the clown is taking off her shoes, what is Gypsy doing? She's flinging her hair back. She's tipping her head back, just like, ha, just look at me.
I'm just so great.
She's like literally posing as she's getting her shoes removed.
That's so fucking hilarious. It was hilarious. I made a video, and it's not even my video, which is really funny. Like, I saw it in a group, and I was like, oh, I got to steal this little video, and I made a little commentary on it a little bit, but let me find it here so I can show you, because it was hilarious. It might have been one of the ones that got shut down for community guidelines.
It's out there.
No, here it is. No, here it is. Here it is. Here it is. Oh, please just stop for a second. Jeez. It won't. Stop it. Would you please stop? Okay. Here we go.
A girl like her, a girl who's merely lovely. Why can a fellow ever once prefer a girl who's merely me? She's a frothy little bug.
So, like,
she's just flinging that hair back and just doing her poses.
On that stupid little Mexican whatever drink she's got. Those are really good, by the way. I fucking love those drinks. The Mexican, like,
fruits, yeah,
or whatever the fuck they're called. My husband used to get them for me. We love them. But yeah, she's just sitting there like, yeah, let me take my drink no more. Let me fit this hair. Yes, Christy. Yes, take my shoes off, Christy. My personal slave. Aren't you so glad that you let Daddy come get me from prison? Aren't you happy that I'm in your life? No, Christy fucking hates that bitch.
Christy, I mean, I'm getting concerned for her because literally, like, just recently, within the last few weeks, she's very bloated and she has gained a lot of weight, and she looked absolutely miserable in every shot of her on that trip. And she literally looked like she was in pain, and she was hating every minute of it.
Yep. She was. I definitely could see that. And I wasn't making fun of her today. I made an observation about the somebody made a thing about, is it donuts, that she's like, they were like making funny because she's got such a flabby stomach and everything right now. But you know what it said to me? Like, I started looking at Christy in that picture, and one of the things that is a symptom of the stupid chromosome disorder is such a squishy body. And if you look at the rest of her body, it's very kind of like flabby and squishy. And it could just be that she's older, but it could also be an indication that that's part of the disorder that she has. If she's got it, she'd have some of the same similarities, the floppy skin, the she's her face looks weird when you put the hat on. You can see that fucking face like the rest of them.
Exactly.
Yeah.
That's what I mentioned to you, or we talked about this earlier this week. And I sent you like a picture that was just one of some because I've been gathering several. And I said, we know that that this family, they are related, distantly related. And I think everybody in that area there in Louisiana is related, really. And it's not, saying, we're not just saying this to say, oh, they're inbreds and all this stuff. It's just their culture, their Cajuns, and it's just a fact.
It's
And
how they
so
settled. Well, it's because when they settled, there weren't a whole lot of families that settled. So that's all they had. It's not like they just wanted to marry their cousins. They just didn't have anyone else to marry.
Right. And so I have seen, okay, I don't know if you guys have noticed because she tries to cover it a lot, but her ears stick out very, very much. And the shape of her head, her head shape with her ears looks like she has microcephaly at a greater level than Gypsy does.
I would say that, yeah, but I can't be sure. But yeah, I mean, there's indicators there. There's definitely indicators there. And I think Christy cleans up really well. She's very pretty. I've seen pictures of her when she was younger. I've seen her when she was at her best. When we were working together, she was working out and doing stuff. But I mean, if it's to be thought of at all that anything Christy told me was true, if Christy can be trusted in any way, shape, or form, I can't begin to tell you how many times, countlessly, that she was sick, in pain, in migraines. Her body was hurting. She used to tell me about her joints hurting. She has problems. And I do believe that they are some serious, severe problems she has. Degenerative type of things that will continue to get worse over time. Eventually, Gypsy is going to fall into that category as well. Right now, she's at the height of her healthiness. She's off all of her medications now. She's everything else has been corrected. She doesn't have any ear problems. Her eyes have been mostly corrected. She's got her teeth corrected and everything. So now she's at this height of being healthy. But I'm going to tell you, within the next 5 to 10 years, we're going to see a rapid decline in Gypsy's physical appearance. I'm telling you. I just know it will happen.
And I kind of thought,
she's already looking older in some of her pictures than she claims to be.
Right. And I thought that Christy probably, my guess would have been that she suffers from fibromyalgia. And I can tell you, as someone who does suffer, I do have fibromyalgia. And one of the main medications that they prescribe to treat for that does cause a lot of swelling and weight gain.
Yeah, exactly. And I mean, I know a lot about Christy and her personal life and her and those things. And I do know that, I do remember, I believe she does have fibro. I'd have to look through my conversations with her, but I think she does. And so, this is some of the things that make me go, why was Christy so intent on making sure that Dee Dee looked like the villain? Why were they so intent on making sure that the crazy comes from Gypsy, from Dee Dee's side and all of that? Because I think they did not want it out there that they have this problem, that it's their side of the family that the crazy cray comes from, that this disorder comes from. And I don't think they wanted to have to admit that they knew all along that nothing was wrong with her, because the truth is she had these problems and they all knew she had these problems. I don't think that the chromosome disorder was a shock to Christy. I think she already fucking knew about it. I think Dee Dee fucking probably called her in 2011 and was like, hey, we finally have an answer. We finally know what's wrong with the kid.
Right, because we had been hearing from everyone that was what Dee Dee had been saying for Gypsy's entire life. That was the first thing she said was wrong with her was that she had a chromosome disorder. Now, another thing I found interesting on the Dr. Phil interview that we only showed about the first 10 minutes of is the first time that I hear Gypsy say out of her own mouth that she had microcephaly.
That was a shock for me. That was a shock for me. Because here's a person who claims her mom never sent her to school. She didn't teach her anything. She's got a 3rd grade education at best. Sometimes she says 2nd, sometimes she says 3rd. We've all questioned that. We've all questioned her mental capacity for understanding. We've all questioned her developmental delays, whether she has them or she doesn't have them. Right. And as soon as she said that, not only did she say that she had microcephaly, but on top of that, she knew exactly what microcephaly was. She knew that it meant that she had a small head. So that means that her mother was informing her of the problems and the conditions and explaining them to her and telling her what it is and what it causes. Just like we see back in when she's 1 year old in the fucking wicker basket in the green dress, and she knows what her cranium is and she knows what her phalanges are.
Right. Right. I mean, she's not dumb. And she grew up around adults and doctors primarily. So, she had a medical vocabulary.
Yes.
She was used to hearing these medical terminology. And I think she's a lot smarter than people give her credit for.
Absolutely. Absolutely. I've said that from the very beginning. Everybody's like, oh, she's just this delayed, poor. No, she's not. She's not. Okay, listen. Developmental delays are connected. And that's one of the things I was going to write about today. My post about the chromosome disorder today was going to talk about developmental delays and how they can play into this disorder. And it is very clear at periods of time during Gypsy's life, based on things that we know, based on pictures, based on appearances, based on, she appeared on a stage and we have that video. We know certain things about what happened with her, about all these different conditions and things. And I believe, that I got lost. I'm sorry. What were we talking about? The microcephaly?
We're talking about her being smarter than people give her credit for.
So they're trying to communicate this, and the developmental delays. That's what I was talking about. Developmental delays in regards to this type of disorder are developmental delays that eventually they can grow out of. They can catch up. It's not like, it's not like autism, but it can be tied to autism even. But it's not like a condition where once you're diagnosed with it, it's never going to get more than that. It's not like she's always going to be at a 7th grade learning or a 7-year-old learning level. No, she can progress past that eventually. And I do believe she has. And I still think the developmental delays are very indicative of the behaviors and the patterns that we're seeing right now. She acts like a teenage child. And it's not because she wasn't given a real teenager's life, in my opinion. I think it's because she's very juvenile because of her developmental delays due to this chromosome disorder that she has. She's very immature. She does not behave like a woman. Yes,
immaturity,
and call her out on her bullshit.
And that's why, and also with her high-pitched voice and her small stature and her immaturity, she constantly gets referred to as a girl. Guys, she is nearly a middle-aged woman. She is not a girl.
She's 32. You're freaking old. 32 years old. She was 23 when she committed the crime. Stop looking at her like she's some pitiful, poor little fucking sad thing. She's not. You know, you can't say that she was tortured her whole life and then deny the fact that she lived a charmed fucking life. And don't tell me, oh, she wanted, so you mean she sat in that wheelchair for all those years so she could get a couple trips to Disney? Ma'am, are you aware of how many trips she took? Are you aware of how many things she did? Are you aware of all the things that she got donated? I mean, we talk about the dollhouse again, if you'd like. Yes, I do believe that she sat in that wheelchair. She knew exactly what was going on, and she demanded what she wanted. She demanded, I want to go to Harry Potter. How do we go to Harry Potter? And they did. She knew what she was doing. She was being rewarded. And yes, it's a grooming system. But again, you have to understand the generational relationships in this family.
Right. We have, it is a family that is generation after generation of fraudulent activities and fraudulent behaviors.
Yes.
And we've already found, not only we do know that, Gypsy's date of birth was changed numerous times to fit whatever the needs and wants were. Now we've found documents where Dee Dee's date of birth was different and Rod's date of birth was even different. And
Right.
we have not been able to confirm as to why Dee Dee and Rod's date of birth might have been different, but it could have been part of a fraud scheme because we know that Dee Dee's mother, Emma, same thing with her. She had date of birth differences.
And we know that the Blanchard family is much more heavily involved in the criminal activities down there than we had originally thought. It is not just Christy and Rod, their entire family. Christy has told me about the drug addicts in their family that have been arrested several times for doing different things. She's told me about cousins and aunts and sisters and brothers. All of them have criminal activities or drug related charges or drugs in their family. These families are not good families. They're not your upholding citizen families. They're not your mom, dad goes to work and takes care of kids and they have the white picket fence and the 2.2 kids and the two cars in the garage. They're not that family. It's not who they are. And to try and apply those type of principles to this family and any type of that is completely irrelevant because they're not a normal family. They've never been a normal family. And it's not Miss Gypsy Rose taking fucking Dee Dee's life that caused them not to be a normal fucking family. They've not been a normal family for generations. They're a preying, family. Both fucking sides.
Right. And it's I don't understand why people find this so hard to accept.
I don't either.
It's like it's not just coming from us. Other creators and people that are involved in the story that have done the research and put in, time, energy, and effort, they're saying the same things.
Right. Holy crap, no, Kimberly, I didn't know that that's what they had to do. So according to Kimberly, Fancy, do you know what happened with the neighbor girl who was accused of stealing money from Dee Dee Gypsy? The neighbor had a key. They had to go into the police and clear up the situation. I didn't know they had to go all the way into the police station and clear up the situation. I mean, that poor girl, she's an autistic girl who was living on her own in the habitat community, and her parents would come and visit and whatever and stuff. But she was, high functioning, but clearly disabled with needing assistance. But she was able to live on her own, as long as she had people that came and checked on her and helped her and made sure. I don't know if she had an aide or anything like that. I don't know a lot about her. I do know that she is the one that we played the video of the other night who was just talking about how devastating this was for her and that she didn't understand and that she was so upset. And guess what, Kim? What's really funny is that lost footage we found of the 20-minute interview with, press conference with Sheriff Arnott. He talks about that fucking that case and reopening it and investigating it because guess what? It was still open, and it was not fucking, there was nothing, there was no suspects. It was unfounded at the moment. I guess they cleared the little girl, but what if someone else had gotten in trouble for it? Like Sarah said about the fucking Walmart incident. These people don't care who or what they do.
No, it's the
And
selfishness
I'm
is
not sitting up
baffling.
here going that Dee Dee was some fucking wonderful person. Okay. I'm sorry. If Dee Dee and I were on the same fucking street, no, we would not be fucking friends. I wouldn't be having tea and letting her braid my fucking hair. Okay. I don't like people like her. I don't like people that take advantage of others. And I would have known that. I'm telling you, there's no way in hell I would have fallen for all the bullshit that they fucking put up, knowing what these people knew. The people that say that they were taken in by these two, that they helped them and they're so sad. Do you know what those people actually helped them do? They helped them continue the con over and over and over again. But I would not have been doing that. There's no way in hell that I'd throw you out of my house and think that you were trying to poison my mother, steal her identity, and then I'm going to turn around in 2 years and help you get a fucking habitat house. No, effing fucking no. No.
Were they my either people were in on the con with them, or my opinion, they were just that fucking good. They were
No.
just that good.
No. I believe that these people now, I believe, reading what I read, and I sat down. Okay, when we went down to Louisiana, we brought our cameras, okay, but we did not run them because at the time, Gypsy's Revenge was down there. They were filming, and it was the first time that the Petrie family had ever spoken on camera, and they were very nervous, and I did not want to complicate the nervousness. And on the day that I go to his sister's house and Bobby's house to interview them, I find out that Christy's pulled some fucking bullshit, and she had a freaking interview that they did with one of the brothers taken out of the damn freaking documentary because she didn't like the way they talked about Rod and her. So I just didn't want to spook them. But after going back and reading the notes that my Sarah and I took while we were there, and knowing who I have spoken to and who I have interviewed, no, Sarah, I truly believe everyone that knew them at the points in time, they knew exactly what was going on and they were helping.
So you believe the family that they had accused of criminal activity that helped them 2 years later get a home, you think that they were involved and they knew? Or do you think that they were just conned?
No, I don't think that they were I don't think they were, well, they were conned originally. When Dee Dee moved in there, Gypsy she had a wheelchair, but she did not sit in the wheelchair. She would stand up in their living room and perform for them. Okay. And she would do all kinds of stuff. And they knew that Dee Dee had a long history with her family of who they were, what they would. Everybody down there knows that they run fucking scams. It's not a secret. There's no secret to this. This is what these people do. They fleeced the government during Ida. I mean, this is how they are. And this family, to me, okay, this Kali family, and I'm sorry if your mother got sick all of a sudden and you knew that the allegations were that she had poisoned not only her mother, but her stepmother. And that's why she was thrown out of the fucking house by her father for doing that, supposedly. You take them in, and then the same thing happens to your mother. You kick her out, and you find out that she was trying to commit fucking fraud with your mom's social security number and her name. And you're telling me that then in 2 years you turn around and help them get a habitat house and you don't know what's going on? No, I'm sorry. You had to have known what's going on, or you wouldn't have thrown her out of your house. I'm sorry. I don't believe anything any of them say. And you know who told me about the Kali family and got me that interview?
Chrissy.
Sure. So how are we to even know that Dee Dee was even poisoning their mother? They could have just made it up at this point because they want to be relevant to the story and they want to help Christy and Gypsy tell the story. And they don't want to be fucking called into this as they fucking knew about the fraud.
It makes no sense.
No, none of it makes
That's
sense.
why I'm trying to figure this out. I'm like, are they in on it or are they conned?
The only thing I can figure that does make sense is that they absolutely knew and they're in on it. There is no other explanation at this point. There just isn't. There's too many moving parts. There's too many things that were actually happening that we know of. There's too many people that have involved themselves. It's like, like how a killer comes back to the scene of the crime or they'll insert themselves into the investigation. That's what I feel like I'm seeing here. Like all these people inserted themselves into the investigation to find out how close are you to figuring out my whole part in this.
Right. I can see that happening to various people that were involved in this. It's just the Kali family, just that one family in particular, makes no sense.
No,
to me.
and it's not the only isolated story I've had of this, of people accusing her of doing things, and then they turn around and right after they say, oh, she was horrible, she did this to me, she did that to me, she did this to me, she did that to me, but then they go, oh, but then I did this, and I'm like, what? Well, why would you do that with her then? Why would you help them? Why would you participate in that? And that's the funny fucking thing. They tell themselves constantly about participating in it. I don't understand it.
No. And I know this is another, this was on our list for today, but this is a completely different topic. I don't know when you wanted to address it or if you did, but a content creator put out this week a statement that Gypsy right now is trying to contact Dan.
Oh, for fuck's sake. I know. I'm already aware of that situation. That's why, I think that's why she thought the whole fucking, song from Taylor Swift was written about her. Because like I said, unless it's an ode to Dan, there's no other way that fucking song is about her. She is obsessed. She is obsessed with dick. Okay? She's been obsessed with men for a very long time. And look, I can say that maybe, the developmental delays come again into playing into this. Okay. So they did 2 years in Aurora where they were, basically they lived a pretty relevantly normal life. Dee Dee was trying to get Social Security for herself because her health was declining. And that was between the years of 15 and 17 in Aurora, Missouri. I really think that that's where the fighting and all of the arguments started to begin between her and, I didn't say she has the disorder, but there is a chance that she could have the disorder because she is related and it is from inside of the family, Katie. So they do the 2 years there and they finally, they hook up with the Collies again. The Collies and Dr. Beckerman help them get this fucking house in Aurora. She's 17 years old when they move into that house. And I think that there was a deal struck. I think her mom told her, help me get the disability. Let me get us established. We'll run this for a little bit and you can do whatever the fuck you want. I don't care, because it's evident that she was doing whatever the fuck she wanted and Dee Dee didn't care. So I think that is, the situation with that. And I feel like, I feel like that's when the conning really began. And I think that those people are victims to this, but I really believe that everyone else really knew what was happening. And then once the Habitat neighborhood knew what was happening, they should have stopped it. Once Dr. Steele saw what was happening, he stopped this nonsense, and he didn't report the fraud that he thought was being committed for 2 years after he took 2 years to even send her to Flasterstein in the first place, despite the fact that he had all of her medical records from Louisiana telling him she doesn't have muscular dystrophy, so you should be looking for something else wrong with her freaking legs. but he didn't, so I don't know who all was conned and who was in on it at this point. But to my thought process, I find everybody suspicious as fuck in this. Every single person who's ever said, oh, I was involved, or I was Dee Dee's friend, or I was Christy's friend, or I knew the Blanchards, or I knew the Peach, every single one of them is very suspicious in their story.
They if you look at them individually, none of them have good track records.
No,
I think almost every one of them has some kind of a criminal background. And there was a comment I wanted to piggyback on when we were discussing.
I got confused in what I was saying because I was talking about Dan. So let me finish off that real quick. Okay. So yes, I do think that she is obsessed with Dan. I think that she's obsessed with men. And I think the developmental delays played an absolute part into where it happened. Okay, because she did not hit that groove of one being over hypersexual for men until she was 19. That normally for a teenage girl happens between somewhere around the age of 15, 16. So if you think about it, that still tracks with the developmental delays of when she experienced this sexual awakening.
And even before you found the results from the chromosome disorder, I said that I believed that she was hypersexual. Absolutely. And people would say, oh, well, that's because, she was essayed by her grandfather, blah, blah, blah. No, I don't believe that at all. We know that Rod was hypersexual at a young age. And now that you have found the results from the chromosome test that was conducted, hypersexuality is one of the symptoms.
Yeah, it is. It is one of the symptoms. And, that's the thing. Like everybody, that came out when it came out in Lifetime Confessions about the essay of the grandfather, I was very shocked in the way that it was handled. I've known about that story from day one.
It was edited terribly.
It was edited terribly. I know for a fact Melissa Moore caught him off guard to get the reaction that she did. And Claude likes to say just outlandish fucking things. And he was probably completely caught off guard. And he said, no, she touched me. And I told her she couldn't do that. And you know what? I think it probably did go down like that because it was the way it was originally accounted to me is Gypsy had no recollection of any of it. And she did not remember. And she loved her grandfather and she remembered fond memories of him. In fact, she says that in the other face, he was her best friend. I guess her mom was her best friend. Her grandfather was her best friend. I don't know. She's got a lot of best fucking friends. But
remember, guys, she did live with her grandparents when Dee Dee was recovering from that terrible car accident.
No, they lived there off and on all throughout her childhood.
Right, but I'm just saying she was there by herself without Dee Dee there. And he said she was walking around fine and she was eating fine.
Right. So I sat down with Claude. I've interviewed Claude. I interviewed Miss Laura. To be honest with you, out of the bunch, I kind of liked them the best. I thought they were the most realist with me. I felt like they were the most truthful about things with me. But I also believe that they will fabricate stories just to frickin' sell what they want. They like to be in the spotlight. They're enjoying it. It's something that they do. So he tells me about the CPAP machine, and how it would go off in the middle of the night. And it was like Dee Dee would go in there and she'd mess with it. And then she'd run back down the hallway. So it looked like she was coming out of her bedroom, and then she'd run down there and she would, oh my God, Gypsy, da, da, da. I don't think that happened. I think the fucking CPAP machine probably went off because she was having breathing problems. But they've been sold this story just like everyone else, and they're going to continue to tell it because it gives them something to do. So they're going to go along with the stories.
Also, they edited him and Laura terribly when they were discussing Dee Dee's ashes.
Yeah.
And so many people believe that to be true.
I know. And that's the problem with this case. See, everybody's like, oh, you're so obsessed. No, I'm obsessed with the public having the truth, because you got Nimrods running around all over the internet saying that Dee Dee's ashes were flushed down the fucking toilet when there absolutely were not. Because he made a statement. And you know what? Who knows what he went on to say with that statement? And what he said wasn't that they flushed him down the toilet. What he said is her sister called and asked me what to do. And I said, flush him down the toilet. He didn't say I flushed him down the fucking toilet.
Right. It's just, it's so annoying. It's so aggravating. And what drives me the craziest is the people that are so gung-ho, die hard, you can't change their minds for shit. And they've based their entire opinions on the act. Those are the worst ones that I run into as far as being so misinformed.
No, they are.
I mean, that was highly fictionalized.
That's how I ended up on a live in with some girl who's yelling at me, telling me that she knows for a fact that Gypsy's mother had her fucking teeth ripped out because she ate one fucking cupcake. Are you fucking serious? You really think a dentist did that? You think that a doctor, a dentist that specializes in cancer, no less, that he just fucking ripped the teeth out of her head, just perfectly normal, regular fucking teeth. They just ripped them right out of her fucking head because she ate a fucking cupcake. Are you fucking daft in the head? That didn't happen regardless of what you fucking believe any way, shape, or form. No doctor is doing that. No doctor is performing chemo on a kid that doesn't have cancer.
What I don't understand is, okay, so she had bottle rot. That is the truth. That's the truth. Okay. And I can see, just from knowing seeing children working in daycares and things like that, and children that had bottle rot. And I noticed right off the bat, the way that her front teeth were bucked out was, I said, either she sucks her thumb or there's something is going, she's sucking her thumb is what I initially thought. And then we find out later on that no, she was still, up until she ran off with Nick, she was still drinking her Pediasure, which is high in sugar, from a bottle. And then that throws us into the whole Littles community. But there was one thing I wanted to note. I can't hear you at all, so I apologize. You're frozen for me. But one thing I wanted to note is piggyback on when we were discussing the fact that we know the chromosome disorder comes from Rod's side of the family, and we believe just by looking at, Christy's head and face and ears and all that stuff, and her body and everything, and then the things that she has complaints about health-wise, that it looks like she has it. But it is said, that people that have this disorder don't get along with other people that have this chromosome disorder, and they shouldn't interact with each other. So that means that Gypsy is not going to get along with Rod. She's not going to get along with Christy and Mia or Dylan if they have it.
So what I have on the screen right now, guys, is the pamphlet that Colleen found once she learned what the 1Q to 1 point deletion was. Once she found out that that's what it was, she went and she began researching, as did I. And here is the 11 page. It's 12 pages from rarechromo.org on this specific microdeletion. Now I want you to really look here. Can you see this picture right there? Are you guys looking at that? Yes. Can I zoom here? Let me see if I can zoom in more.
I'm going to tell you what, I've seen comments in some of these different chats where people actually thought that was a photo of Gypsy.
Correct. So there you go. This is what people with this disorder look like. As you can tell, they have a very triangular shaped face here at the bottom. They have very inset eyes here. Their nose is enlarged. It has a specific bulbousness at the bottom of their nose. Okay. They have features in this region right here, where is the, you know, the cheek region, and coming down, it creates this triangular shape that looks almost possum or anteaterish. So that is what she looks like. Now, if I go back through here, we can read about this disorder some. So it is a 1q to 1.1 microdeletion is a very rare genetic condition in which a tiny piece is missing from one of the body's 46 chromosomes. The tiny missing bit raises the risk of learning, behavior, and mental health problems and physical abnormalities, but there is wide individual variation. Individuals with the 1q to 1.1 microdeletion range from people with no symptoms to others with developmental delay and health problems. So this is a little bit about, you know, our genes, our chromosomes, what is the 1q, you know, so that's more, and we've put this out for you guys in the past. I want you guys to, you know, see the research that we freaking went and did to understand this. You know, this is basically showing that the microdeletion can have two sizes. You know, it's showing the different things that why this happens, what happens here in the DNA. Okay, so now here is where you can, this is how you determine having this type of thing. So in 2011, Dr. Lepachon ordered both these tests, the karyotype and the array. Okay, so the karyotype, it came back and it said under that testing, they didn't believe that there was a chromosome disorder under their testing. But at the same time, the same day, they did a more comprehensive look through this array, and that was how it was detected using a molecular technique. Okay, so that's where they were able to detect it. They say that lots of them have normally no health or learning or behavior difficulties, but it just depends on what their actual level of symptomatic things it is. So these are the most likely features: the small head, increased possibility of mild or moderate developmental delay, slightly unusual facial features, increased possibility of behavioral mental heart problems. Here's that heart problem. You know, she had an unclassified heart murmur. She did have that. They just didn't have any reason. It was very mild. They didn't need to treat it. Loose joints or double jointedness, seizures, disturbances in the lenses of the eye, and increased risk of other inborn anomalies. So you've got the small head here. You've got the increased risk of developmental delay and learning difficulties. If you look through this, I mean, it really is an understanding of exactly what Gypsy Rose is, why she has what she has, why she behaves the way she does, even the disturbances of the lens of the eye. You know, all those eye surgeries that it was, she didn't need those, that she didn't have to have those, that they were, unnecessary. No, they really weren't. And you can look all the way back to her in the cranium picture, where she's talking about the cranium, that is another portion of it. You can see her eyes are messed up right there. They are not normal. So I mean, it goes on and on to explain every single thing we ever talk about medically, mentally, emotionally in this case.
And I have to say something, because I'm very upset about this, to Bree and any of the Bree heads. Okay, she took my post, because after we had discussed this chromosome disorder, where it says in this chromosome disorder that people with this chromosome disorder should, stay away from each other. They don't get along. They fight, whatever. And I said, and then you had put the post up where I had said, like, are you telling me that they don't play well with others? They don't play well with others that have this disorder? And you're like, yeah, and I thought I made a comment in regards only to that behavioral issue. I jokingly said that reminds me of the funny movie Gremlins, where they say, don't feed them after midnight, don't get them wet, right? So
Yeah.
that was me making a joking comment about the behavioral issue aspect of this chromosome disorder. They don't play well with each other. They don't keep them apart. Don't let them be around each other, which I found to be bizarre. I've never heard of a disorder, a medical disorder, where they're told to keep them away from each other if they have it. That just sounds far-fetched, right? So what does Bree do? She puts up my post with the gremlin comment and then proceeds to post picture and picture after picture of these poor babies, these poor children that have very severe microcephaly, and it's tragic and it's horrible. And she says that I was calling these children, these babies, gremlins.
Hey, Animal House, if you could contact me personally, we can talk about that. Yes, Bella is getting old. She is struggling to breathe, and she does need to go to the vet soon. It's very expensive for us to do so, but we do take care of her. She has been seen. She's still okay. She's just a very old dog. But if you'd like to help out in any way, we would greatly appreciate it. So if you could contact me privately through our email, that would be wonderful. Thank you. But here's what I wanted to show now. So we're talking about
going on. Like I said, I would never, ever call these heart. It was heartbreaking to see the images of these babies and these children that have the very, very, very severe microcephaly. Okay. I would never call those babies gremlins.
Okay, well, thank you, Mac. If they're being rude, then fuck them. But, I thought they were being genuine, but whatever. See, this is the problem. I don't even realize when people are fucking making fun of me half the time. All right, so I wanted to show you along with this. So we're talking about the 1Q21 and the increased risk of behavioral or mental health problems and not playing well with others. And like Sarah said, the gremlins, like don't feed them after freaking, 4 midnight because they turn into crazy people. So here's where this came from. So in children and adults with 1Q21.1 microdeletion can be affectionate and sociable with no behavioral problems. But as a group, they appear to be at risk for a range of behavior difficulties and mental health problems. We do not know yet whether this unusual behaviors and mental health problems are a result of the 1Q21.1 microdeletion or a chance association. This is particularly true when a parent and child have a similar behavior pattern and both have the 1Q21.1 microdeletion. Now, before I keep reading, I think, hold on, I got to get back to where I am. I think that is why Christy wanted to make sure that no one knew about the chromosome disorder coming from their side of the family. I don't think she cared that they knew about chromosome disorder. I think she wanted it to be always associated with Dee Dee. The crazy had to come from Dee Dee because that way she absolves herself of being crazy. She absolves Rod of being crazy. It takes the focus off of her children, and she can make Dee Dee into being the bad. Okay. You know what? I don't give a shit about them because they haven't done a study and they don't have the work. And they're not experts on this, and they don't know anything about the deletion, nor do they know anything about her medical record. So I say that it's completely bullshit. It is a groundbreaking disorder. It is a groundbreaking discovery in this case, and they can minimize it all the fuck they want, but it's to keep the truth from getting out there. I really, truly believe Christy did not want anyone knowing that the defects that Gypsy had, which were legitimate fucking things, came from their side of the family. And what's more than that, I think she knew about the chromosome disorder from very early on. And I believe that she knew that Gypsy was actually very sick, that Rod knew she was very sick. And they have only created this fucking story now to to cover their own tracks, the fraud that they committed, that Dee committed, that Gypsy committed, all so that it would get swept under the rug. That's what I believe. And I think that it's very important to understand. You're looking at Gypsy and Christy and how they feed off of each other in their bad behaviors, and how they fucking, play the media and the content creators, and they run around in circles trying to drive everyone fucking nuts so that we never get to the fucking truth of this case. I mean, it just makes so much more sense to me when you sit here and think about if they have the same deletion, they have the same behavior. It's why we're seeing what we're seeing from the two of them. Does that make sense?
Exactly. And that's why I wanted to bring that up. I said, let me piggyback on, let's go back to what we were talking about. And I want to add the behavioral issues. And then I wanted to clear up that I would never call a child, a baby, an infant, anyone a gremlin. No, never,
we're not.
ever.
And here's another thing, Bree. Okay, do you understand that her microcephaly is not the same kind of microcephaly that those poor babies have? Do you understand?
Right, exactly.
Much milder form of microcephaly. And while, yes, what you showed were the most extreme cases of microcephaly, she does, in fact, have microcephaly. In fact, she knows she has microcephaly, and she told Dr. Phil she had it and explained to him what it was, you dumb fuck. So,
right.
I'm very offended by the fact that you fucking brought those babies pictures and plastered them everywhere, trying to prove a point that you don't know shit from shine about. You're
right.
fucking gross.
And see, these babies that she posted these pictures of, we don't even know if they have that chromosome disorder. All we know is that they have very severe microcephaly.
It's a symptom, not the only symptom, you dumb fuck. And here's more about that. Let me explain something to you. Do you understand that there's a certain percentage of these children that have this chromosome deletion that look like those babies, probably, that do not survive till past 3 years old? So thank you for making fun of them and pushing them out there and hurting those people by negating the facts of this fucking disorder that she has. You want to talk about us putting misinformation out there and how bad we're informing the public and all the damage we're doing to everybody? You better talk about the damage you're doing to everybody, because you are 100% negating an entire fucking people that have something like this and basically saying, no, it's not really serious. It doesn't really fucking matter. It's not truthful. Gypsies doesn't have this. There's no way. When it is very obviously clear she has this, and so does her entire family. And I'm going to read some more about the fact of how it works with the family and how it works with them passing this gene on. Just give me one moment, Sarah.
And I want to say, as a parent, Bree, if you posted my baby who is born with severe microcephaly, basically without the top of their head, which is tragic and just brings tears to my eyes when I even see the pictures, and you want to put my child out on display, who is probably no longer with us, shame on you. How dare you put these pictures of these poor innocent children and babies up and then accuse me of calling them gremlins? That's disgusting. I can't hear you, Fancy. Okay, I see your mic's off. So, that's another thing. And then, back to the Dan comment is, last month, I mean, there were so many accusations and things that were swirling around, and facts that were being revealed to the public about these terrible things that Gypsy was a part of. Yet she goes to Bree, because Bree's her mouthpiece, and all she wants her to clear up that week, and the only thing that she's really come to her about that she wants her to clear up is about Dan. She wants to talk about what a great guy he was and how, they didn't meet up that Thursday like they were supposed to at the cupcake shop because he had his kids that weekend. What does that have to do with anything? And why, out of all of these accusations and things that are being brought to light, did you need to make a public service announcement on Gypsy's behalf about what a great guy Dan is? And then now she's gone on a tirade day after day after day after day after day, attacking Natasha Cooper about having the right Dan versus the wrong Dan. I mean, it's every day right now. And now we've got another content creator coming out saying that they apparently they have a source saying that Gypsy's trying to get in contact with him. What is going on?
No,
Yet Ken is planning to move to Louisiana to be close to Gypsy. I mean, she says he's moving to Louisiana to be closer to her. I would say he's probably moving into the house, because now we know that the other day Christy was too busy to talk to, someone, because they were clearing Mia's room out to give Gypsy more room when they already built an additional room onto the house for Gypsy.
So who were they building that? So who were they cleaning that room out for? Could it be our Ken? Our Kindle,
yeah.
Kindle. Okay, but let's get back to the seriousness of this stuff. Okay, so I want to read some more of this to you guys, so you're going to understand the things here. So basically, we just said that there's a higher risk for them having these behavioral and mental health problems when a child has a similar behavior pattern and the manipulation with the parent, which is what I'm saying is we're seeing right now with the bad behaviors of Christy and Gypsy together. They feed off of each other. Okay, so let's keep going. The increased frequency of behavior at difficulty suggests vulnerability in this area and means that children and adults should be monitored and families offered early support. The key concerns that have emerged so far are listed below. Attention deficit with hyperactivity. This has only been observed in children with learning difficulties or developmental delay. Antisocial behavior seen in parent, child pairs, and those whose deletion has not been inherited. Aggressiveness. This has only been seen in children with learning disabilities. Autistic-like behavior. This has only been seen in children with learning disabilities. Anxiety, seen in parent, child pairs, and those whose deletion have not been inherited. Oh, for Christ's sake, Sarah Jane Anderson is messaging me about her fucking father.
Oh my God.
Can this bitch not go away?
What is, oh my gosh. You know what? This is getting to be completely out of control at this point. We're going to need to take control of this and file some police reports and block her.
I have her blocked everywhere. She went to my freaking personal, acting page to message me. Oh, and now she's unavailable on Messenger again. So, Fancy, I'm begging you, please ask Pink Cat Sarah to check her Facebook messages. This is important, please. That was on Wednesday. You're a pathetic piece of shit. I'm taking this further because you redneck Americans have gone too far. Get a real fucking job. Get off your sofa and do an honest day's work. I know what you've done to Christy and Gypsy. So then she sends me some bullshit about Robinson's funeral directors. The family of the late Andrew Anderson have asked us to share his funeral arrangements. So apparently this is the fucking funeral arrangements of her fucking father. But he died on Tuesday, 28th of November 23rd, 2020, of November 2023. 2023. He died last year.
Wow.
Okay, this is my fucking father, you ignorant little nothing piece of shit. Phone number attached. Check it out. What do I have anything to say about your fucking father, you dumbass? Your father passed away recently. I don't fucking care. I feel sorry for the rest of your family. Because now they got to deal with you alone without your fucking father. How fucking sad is that?
Not only does she need to be locked up, but she needs to be in jail.
Something is seriously wrong with that woman.
This is out of control. First we killed her, now she's back. And since when did she get onto Gypsy's side? She was always anti-Gypsy. Now she's pro-Christie, pro-Gypsy. What in the hell? How can, I mean, she's a freaking pecker gnat. We can't get her to go away.
She's like a roach. She just keeps coming back. Oh my God.
I mean,
Look,
she's
sorry
like
to laugh about-
Lazarus.
Look,
She
lady.
pulled a Lazarus on us this week and came back to life. But getting back to that micro deletions page that you're talking about there, it was going into the behavioral issues of people. And I noticed one of the things that I don't think we've discussed a lot is hallucinations.
Yes. Okay. Depression. This has been seen in parents, child pairs, and hallucinations. Exactly. Hallucinations, dude. Hallucinations. Listen to this. Because, and I think it's interesting. This is where I want you to understand why I heavily believe that this is a smear campaign that Christie, Krusty, and Dipshit have put together to ensure that Dee Dee looks completely 100% the worst, a monster, all of those things. Because she went on and she talked about how Dee Dee had schizophrenia and how living with a schizophrenic parent was so horrible. But she also then goes on in another interview to say that she's bipolar. Dee Dee has not been diagnosed with either one of those things. Okay? Now, I want you to find out what the next line is. Why I believe they knew about this chromosome disorder. They hoped nobody would fucking find this chromosome disorder. And as soon as we fucking found the chromosome disorder, they are now trying to make it seem like it's nothing because they know exactly what it means. And they had already laid a foundation for trying to they knew what I had. I knew about this chromosome disorder years ago. And I don't know if they realized I was going to figure it out, but I sure as shit think they thought that they better cover their fucking asses. So here's the next thing that is listed as a symptom of this fucking disorder. It's what? Fucking schizophrenia. Schizophrenia is more common among people with a 1q21 point microdeletion than in the general population. It is possible that small head signs may be somehow involved, but the link is not clear. People with the 1q21 point microdeletion and schizophrenia respond to neuroleptic drugs in the normal way. Unique families report marked mood swings in their children with fierce temper outbursts, screaming, aggressive, and stubborn refusal to conform. However, patterns vary and children and adults can behave delightfully. On a good day, hold on, go ahead.
But we know Dee Dee does not have this.
Right. Dee Dee was tested. She does not carry the symptom. Now, there is more information to point it to Rod following up here. Let's keep going. All right, so we got, this little part here about talking about what they're like. We've got the seizures, the disturbances of the lenses, increased risk of inborn anomalies at birth. Okay, I want to talk about this, the growth, and down here, where is it? There was something about how the parents.
We know that Gypsy did have failure to thrive.
Okay, here we go. She did have failure to thrive. Okay, if one person in a family with the 1q microdeletion is mildly affected, will others in the same family also be mildly affected? No, not necessarily. There's a lot of variation between different members of the same family. We know that if one person is mildly affected, others may be more severely and obviously affected. Where both parents have normal chromosomes, it is unlikely that another child will be born with a 1q21.1 microdeletion or any other chromosome disorder. Very rarely, both parents have normal chromosomes by a blood test, but a few of their egg or sperm cells carry the microdeletion. This is called germline mosaicism, and it means that parents with chromosomes appear normal when their blood is tested can have more than one child with the deletion. So in families where the 1q21.1 microdeletion has been inherited from a parent, the possibility of having another child, either a girl or a boy, with the 1q21 point microdeletion rises to 50% in each pregnancy. However, the effect of the microdeletion of the child's development, health, and behavior cannot be reliably predicted. Your genetic center should be able to offer you counseling before you have another. And so it goes on to explain this. But think about this. We have seen that Mia has the same facial features. So does Nicolette. Nicolette's are much, 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 much less severe than even Mia, who I would say has a very slight case of the microcephaly and the facial features. Okay. So I think that we're looking at, this is proof that it is Rod's side of the family. And in my opinion, only information and allegedly and all that shit, until I have a doctor look at this fully and really kind of look this up, I feel like there's a possibility that that's why her two kids both clearly have it too, because, and it's more pronounced in those two as it is in Gypsy, because I think Christy probably carries it too, and Rod. So if they both carry it, then their children are more likely to continue to have it.
Exactly. And I've asked you this before, and I want to ask you this again, is that we know that Nick had Asperger's and autism, right? And
Yes.
he's developmentally delayed and all of that stuff. And he definitely has very serious issues. So do you think that with Gypsy having the micro deletion and having these behavioral problems, that was like a perfect storm bringing the two of them together?
Well, we've said that from the beginning. We've said that, we called it a perfect storm forever and ever, because if she, and even she says it. Well, if I'd met a decent person on online, they would have told me no. Well, how many men did tell you no? We know of at least 2 that told you no, they wouldn't do this for you. So yes, I do believe that was a perfect storm, and I believe that she recognized the weaknesses in him, and she exploited those weaknesses to brainwash him and to get him to a point that he would do what she wanted. And when he continued to deny it, no matter what she threw at him, no matter how many fucking scenarios she came up with, and he said, no, I'm not doing it, I'm not doing it, I'm not doing it, I'm not doing it, she didn't get him until she got him there in person, totally screwed his brains out in the freaking, bathroom, where she has to insult him by saying he couldn't get it up, convinces him that she is pregnant, and then tells him that it's Dee Dee's fault that the baby was a little girl baby, which there would have been no way for them to know by the time that this happened. She would not have been in that type of where she would have been able to do that kind of test.
No, not further along. Yeah.
Right. She tells him it's her baby girl, their baby girl, and that Dee Dee, by making her replace the feeding tube, which, by the way, folks, would have no bearing on her having a miscarriage whatsoever. Okay, that changing that feed tube made her miscarry their baby. That's when he finally says, okay.
Right. And see, now, I mean, we've always said, I guess my question wasn't worded correctly. Yes, we've always said that it was the perfect storm, but I was meaning more or less like that she has the micro deletion, and with the autism and the problems that he has developmentally, it would be almost like he had the chromosome disorder as well.
Absolutely. No, absolutely. Because she can manipulate him that way.
Right.
I found it very interesting. I think what they're saying in this too, the relationship between the parent and the child, it becomes worse and worse if they have similar personality traits, right? Like they have similar deviancies and problems. And I'm saying, I think you're right in seeing that Nick had, Nick was a dark soul. Okay. Nick was disturbed. He is disturbed inside. Okay. No, Christy and Rod have not tested negative. That's some bullshit that Bree's out there fucking promoting. Fuck her. They never took a test. Good God. I hate that girl so much. She's doing so much fucking damage. I don't even have a real problem with her as a human being. I could care fucking less. But she's doing so much damage to fucking the information up. Oh.
It's just, and she does not, I mean, she's fucking relentless. You want to talk about a bully? She's the biggest one of all. In my opinion, I mean, at least towards me, it's been the worst.
She's terrible. I don't know. But I mean, but I'm not even worried about the bullying. Like, I can withstand the bullying. It doesn't fucking bother me in the least anymore. I've been so much in my life of it. I don't care. Don't faze me. But it's the misinformation, the blatant misinformation that she is putting out there that just absolutely fucking pisses me off. That's what pisses me off in this whole case is the misinformation. You've been sold a fucking lie by a murderer and her con artist stepmother. And I've had enough of it. For Christ's sake, the truth is the truth. And if you don't want to believe it, well, I'm so sorry. You can freaking go off to La La Land with yourself and your fucking, fuckery and create fuckery over there in your fantasy fuck world. But this is the truth of the matter. She has this fucking disease. She killed her fucking mama for dick. And her stepmother is helping her cover it up. And I think that they were all in on the plan. Does that make it clear for you what my actual thought process is? God.
Right. I mean, it's like she doxed me and my family and put up pictures of my baby. This is just not right.
God.
And and like I said, she just right now, I mean, and she says until Natasha Cooper comes forward and admits to all of her followers that she had the wrong Dan and lied to them about it, she is not going to stop. So it is every day now. We've been going for a week. Every day she's been going for hours and hours and hours. And I'm sorry, you cannot watch these
5 hours. I'm talking 26-hour benders.
Right. And I'm sorry, you cannot tell me watching these lives that last over 24 hours, you cannot tell me that she is not under the influence of something.
Well, okay,
and she admitted to having an Adderall addiction.
Well, okay, I'm not even accusing her of that. Let's get it straight, okay? If you stay up for 26 fucking hours in a row, and then you're on live for 26 hours, and you tell people that you've been up 48 fucking hours, regardless of whether you took a fucking lick of a prescription of anything, you are fucking not in your right mind after 40 hours of being fucking totally awake for that many hours. Your brain is tired and it's messed up and it gets foggy and it makes mistakes and it acts all weird and you do weird shit like pick your fucking face until it's gone. Like, I don't know if you're using drugs or not, but damn, girl, whatever you are doing, get some fucking rest and stop fucking around on Gypsy's fucking cock. She's not the fucking truth teller in the whole world. She's not truthful at all. She's a fucking horrible little fucking lying, murderous bitch. God.
And I mean, it's like, what? I just, her, this nonstop attack on us. And then this attack on Natasha, she's completely out of control. I mean, who made her God? Who made her decide that she, until Natasha Cooper answers to her demands, she is not going to let up on her. She's going to keep exposing her for the scam artist she is and this, that, blah, blah, that, and the third. It's like, stop. Just stop.
Thousands of people have tried to take Natasha Cooper down. You ain't fucking doing it. Trust me, I've been down that road. It ain't easy. And she's going to tear into you like a fucking brand new, juicy ass fucking prime rib steak, okay? She is going to go for bloody as hell with you. She is going to rub the floor with you. You are going to be mopped the floor with Natasha. She ain't kind like me. She won't fucking ignore you like I do. she will go full force in because she enjoys that shit. Okay.
And I hope that she does. And you know what?
Oh,
Natasha
yeah,
has
yeah.
every right. Natasha has every right to do so.
Absolutely. 100%. Okay, but let's not talk about her anymore. So this chromosome disorder is extremely groundbreaking for this case. This chromosome disorder proves that not only is it not about child abuse, it also proves that that this was a well-known thing, that they knew she had a chromosome disorder. They did not know which chromosome disorder it was. I want you to watch any of the documentaries, any of them. And I want you to wonder, I want you to listen to how many times chromosome disorder is mentioned. It is mentioned over and over and over again by a variety of different people for different things. Kim Blanchard knew about it. The Vizicon people, the freaking Cowley family, Rod and Christie. All of it always was chromosome disorder. They took something that she really had, and they knew that Dee Dee was committing fraud, because she was committing fraud. And that makes her a criminal. It doesn't make her a bad mom. It doesn't make her an abusive mom. And it certainly doesn't mean that she should be murdered. She was committing fraud, and they all knew she was committing fraud. So they took a story and they morphed it into what they wanted it to be. And when Flasterstein put in the records in 2007, that he thought that this could be Munchausen by proxy, he was then told by other doctors not to go any further with that, and that he should be handling these two with kid gloves. I find that suspicious. I think it's suspicious that Steele sat up there on Lifetime Confessions and pretended like he'd never seen any documents before, when I can prove that he did. So I truly believe this is a case of medical fraud that everyone knew was happening, a case of a girl who everyone knew was actually sick, and she was and is. And they have used this to cover up their own crimes of fraud and all the other crimes of fraud, and get their child off for murder, and to fleece the rest of the public for all the money in the world. Because you know what? She could have gone into prison and she could have done her 8 years. And even with the Act and Mommy Dead and Dearest and Gypsy's Revenge out there at the time, because those were the three main ones, nobody would have really known who the fuck Gypsy Rose was when she came out of prison if she didn't want them to. She could have just gone away into her own little town and done whatever the fuck she wanted to do. But Christy had a different plan, and they wanted the money. And from day one, I mean day fucking one, she made that call to Christy. They jumped into action. They fucking got her off on the murder, got her a fucking sweet ass deal by perpetuating a lie. And then they went for all the money they can grab. Because I'm going to tell you what, they know that this is a limited time edition type of thing. Eventually, either people are just going to get tired of hearing about the poor sick girl because nobody cares, or their lies are going to be completely exposed. And if they don't have all the money in the bank at that point, they're going to be so fucking destitute, it's not even going to be funny.
And let me add a couple things too. This is not just our opinion. We have heard from, we just did the Officer Hughes replay. She says in her career, Gypsy Rose was the most manipulative person that she had ever met, seen, or witnessed. We have heard from other people that were inmates with her that have said the same thing. They've had horror stories to tell about the way that she manipulated and played people against each other and was conning people while she was in jail and in prison. And you know, another person that we have not mentioned here in all of this medical stuff we've been discussing is Dr. B. We haven't even brought him into this. picture yet, but
Yeah.
he's the main player.
See, we've not talked about Dr. B yet because I haven't been ready to talk about Dr. B yet because I'm still trying to figure out. I have to now go back and reevaluate Dr. B's entire fucking file because I believe that most of the fraud originates with him. I believe that he's actually the person who devised that with her back in the day. I think she ran into him either in her job of working at the hospital before Gypsy was born, or she ran into him trying to figure out what was wrong with her kid. And they became very close. And I think that he came up with the way for them to make this money. I think he's the one who perpetuated it. I think that there's no coincidence that he saw her in both Louisiana and Missouri, and he never stopped seeing her in Louisiana. He didn't stop treating her in Louisiana when he went to Missouri. He did not. He kept treating her.
I've
So-
never seen a doctor obtain a license in another state to treat a patient.
Well, I don't think he obtained the license in another state to treat a patient. He just left to go to another state, and he just didn't give up his license, and he continued to treat her because, I mean, I don't know. Matt,
I
what was
believe
it that you
it appears that there, I mean, he was, like he says, that's his favorite mother-daughter duo,
Yeah.
puts that in the medical records and
Yep.
and talks about how much he enjoys their office visits. I think there's a possibility that he and Dee Dee may have been romantically involved.
Well, Gypsy confirms that. She says they used to go to his house all the time and have dinner. And then I try to tell this to the Munchausen by proxy experts, and they're like, "Oh, that's very, very common in Munchausen by proxy. The doctors and the patients, they don't draw lines because the aggressor in the whole situation doesn't have boundaries, and so I've seen them be invited to barbecues and birthday parties, and I'm like, that's not what this was, ma'am. That's not what I'm talking about. No, I'm not talking about, oh, I invited my doctor to my kid's birthday party because we've been seeing the doctor for 10 years or whatever. No, not like that. This is a very inappropriate relationship. It's inappropriately listed in the documents over and over again. Something is not right. There is no way. His are the worst. His files are the worst. I mean, you can't even get through one document without losing your whole shit because it's so absurd. Like, everybody makes fun of the one we put out with Tori reading the Beckerman file, and I'm laughing my ass off in the background. I'm like, give it to me one more time, because this is my first time I've seen them, but yet I'm talking about how I've seen them. Like, it just goes on and on. And that's the thing. Like, I was so punch drunk by that point in time of looking at these fucking records for hours and hours that day with Tori, that when we hit the live button that day, I was just in a state of just complete and utter delirium from looking at the absurdity of his records. And she starts reading, and it hit me in a way that was like, if this wasn't so terrible, this would all be hilarious. And that's how his files are. They're so absurd that you can't help but laugh, because otherwise you should be worried about every single patient he ever put a hand on. And I am worried about every single patient he ever put a hand on. And guess what? In our podcast, guess what? I have accountings from other patients of Dr. Flasterstein's and others that give some very interesting accountings in our podcast.
I have a question for you that I've never asked you before, and I've never heard you address. You may have, but I've never heard you address. How did Dr. B respond to Dee Dee's murder and her death? And did he grieve for her? And was he involved in the funeral in any way? Did he attend the funeral? What happened? Because they were so close and they had a relationship.
I don't believe they even had a funeral for Dee Dee, from what I understand. And no, he never came out and said anything. He has never spoken. And when we tried to contact him about the records in Louisiana that we did not have of his, he was very nasty about it, and he did not want to cooperate at all. He also tried to tell us that he didn't have any files on Gypsy, and we had to fight for those, supposedly. Now, see, I don't know now if that's even true, because now I know that Christie's had the records the entire time. So I'm sitting here writing letter after letter to fight Beckerman, and help Titania figure out how to get the fucking files. And I'm wondering if they just had them all the whole time and just were running me in circles to bother me some more. I mean, I
Right.
really don't know anymore. I really don't know anymore.
It just hit me as we were talking about this, because I believe they were involved romantically. They had a very close relationship that went well beyond a patient doctor boundary. And so wouldn't her death have hurt him tremendously?
Oh, sure. I
But
would think
what has
so.
right. So I mean, I know at the time he was in Florida at that point. And Gypsy is saying, her and Dee Dee are wanting to move to Florida now,
Right.
And so is he thinking like, okay, my girlfriend and her daughter are coming to live with me in Florida or close by, and then boom, one of them's dead and the other's in jail. Like, how did he react to Dee Dee's murder?
He didn't. And they didn't have a funeral. Nobody got to grieve Dee Dee. Not a single person got to actually grieve Dee Dee in her life. Not a one person. And I think that's
No,
very sad.
they've
Because
never,
regardless,
she needs to be humanized, guys. I mean, why has this narrative been spun like a tornado, where to the point that the victim of a vicious murder, who was butchered by her daughter, even worse, she's not the victim here. She's been put as the perpetrator, and nobody sees her. I mean, I always humanize her every chance I get. Guys, she was a daughter, a friend. She was a spouse. She was a mother. She was a human being. And she made mistakes. We all make mistakes. And she did things that were criminal. But did she do anything ever to warrant being murdered?
no.
To being butchered? No, absolutely not. Let's not forget the real victim in this is Dee Dee.
Yes. Yes. I'm sorry. I'm picking up some things and cleaning up a little bit. I got to do some laundry real quick. But yeah, you're absolutely right. You're absolutely right. It is Dee Dee. She's the victim. Gypsy has been stolen that from her. It's one of the reasons why I get pissed off that they call this the Gypsy Rose Blanchard case. It's not the Gypsy Rose Blanchard case. It's the Dee Dee Blanchard murder case. There was no investigation into your fucking abuse, bitch. There's no case for you.
And Nick is a victim too. And Nick's family, they're all victims.
Yeah.
As we have said, Gypsy took more than one life that night. Due to all of the grief and stress and pressure that Nick's mother was put under, she ended up accidentally overdosing, and she's gone. Nick's little brother lost his mother. We don't know what happened now with Quinn, because his father took him and moved away. And this has left Nick with virtually no support system, while Gypsy's out here on the beach making millions of dollars.
Yeah. It's just sad. It's very upsetting.
I just always wondered I just always wondered why Dr. B, there was never any, it was like they were so close and so active and you know, making plans to be in Florida and all that stuff. And then it's like, she's dead. And what did he do after that?
Yeah, Mama Mac, I'm not quite sure, you know, if that would have been an ability for him to be tried differently. He was technically an adult, so I don't know. But I don't know. You know, guys, the fact of the matter is she has systematically made this all about her. It's all about Gypsy, poor Gypsy, her poor life, her poor abuse, her poor everything. Oh, woe is me. I mean, I didn't live a good life while I was out there with Miranda Lambert and Blake Shelton and Harry Potter cast and the Billionaire's Boat and the Dolphins and, you know, and well, you know, I didn't associate with anybody except the people fucking gave me a Mandalorian costume, and I didn't go do anything, and I didn't have friends except for all the friends you had. I mean, it's pretty fucking gross. She can just sit here and lie and lie and lie because the only person who can refute her fucking lie is dead because of her. It's pretty fucking awful. Do I think that Dee Dee was a great person? No, I really don't. She comes with a shitty family that raises shitty kids. Okay? I mean, this is the epitome of the shitty parent raising shitty kids. Like, it's true. They come from a family that is not a good family, that does not do good things. It doesn't mean, however, that her life was to be snuffed out like this in the way that it was. She should have gone to jail for fraud. Abso-fucking-lutely. But would she have gone to jail for medical child abuse? No, she wouldn't have. Because the court of law would have realized there was no fucking evidence. Would she have gone to jail for abusing her fucking kid? No, there's no evidence.
And you know what's sad is that Gypsy would have spent more time in prison for fraud than she spent for murdering her mother.
Yes. Yes.
And that's what this boils down to.
It does.
Just like when we went back and showed for the first time the full press release with the detective, that
is the full sheriff.
I'm sorry, sheriff. Like every one of the interviewers, or, you know, the people that were there that were asking the questioning during the press conference, they were all on the right track. Everything they were saying was about fraud. And that's the direction this should have gone.
Yes.
She literally, how do you get away? How do you use murder to get off of a fraud charges? How tell me how that works in our legal system?
How that works. And it's not mentioned in her plea deal. So it's not like she pled to a bunch of fraud and they just threw it the fuck out. No. They didn't even bother to charge her at all or investigate it in any way, shape, or form.
Right.
And it's threw the book at Nick, the outside boy, who's obviously messed up and fucking sick in the head because, you know, he was watching porn at fucking McDonald's. That makes him a horribly sick, awful murderer. And they looked at nothing else.
I wish the reporters and those involved would have kept up the fraud.
And the sad thing is I know some of those reporters, and I really, I'm very disappointed. But what were they going to do? They were shut down too. As soon as the fucking thing was shut down, the reporters from Springfield had no course. They had no. What were we going to do? They couldn't find anything. It'd been buried.
Right.
It's unreal.
It shows how fucked up our justice system is.
And what Christy has done, everybody wants to know why I got such a fucking hard on for Christy. She's just the stepmother. She just no. She has perpetuated all the drama. She has stirred all the drama. She has created all the drama in all of the Facebook groups, including the drama between myself and Natasha Cooper. She has created problems for the media. She with MJ Pack and Michelle Dean, she ruined that relationship. She's made MJ Pack look completely insane in so many ways, and MJ is still her fucking friend. I can't understand that at all. She has destroyed me, tried to destroy my career, my everything. And she's doing it to anyone else that's out there right now, not telling the narrative that she wants. And this is all Christy's doing. That's not Gypsy. Gypsy was behind bars for 8 years. She did not have control over what was going on. Christy did. Christy did. Not Gypsy. Christy. She went from one master manipulator to another master manipulator. And that's the truth. And the only reason that we have all the stories that we have out there that are all so fucking false is because of Christy Blanchard. She controlled every fucking interview. She controlled every fucking piece of this narrative out in the public for 8 years. No one else was allowed to speak about shit.
And she virtually built Gypsy's empire.
Yes. Yes. And she talks about it in fucking things that she wants to create a nest egg for when Gypsy comes out. What other felon that comes out for murder do you know a family that's creating a nest egg for them? No, those people have to go out and work at fucking Walmart.
In excess of walks out in excess of $3 million in her wallet.
It's gross. Disgusting. And I'm going to tell you what. You all have thrown your worst. Every fucking thing you could throw at me. Including being accused of murder myself. Thank you now.
Yeah. Yeah. We get it. Oh my God. I can't.
I'm not going anywhere. You will not shut me down. That's why I'm building the network where you can't shut me down. You can't stop me on my own network of what I say about you. You can't get me with community guidelines on my own network when I talk about you. You can't stop me from producing my book. You can't stop me from doing my documentary. You can't stop me from sitting here and creating profile after profile after profile on whatever social media site you decide to take me down off of. Because I'm going to tell you what, I am the hell and the high water. And I am not one to fuck with, Miss Thing. You have tried every which way you can. You need to stop. Because all you're doing is making my case easier to prove. And all you're doing is really making sure that I dig in even deeper because I will not go away. The truth has got to be heard. The truth in this case has got to be heard. It's not just for you and Nicholas. It's for everyone. It's for every child that you're taking away from, that you have in the past taken away from. Every fucking MVP victim that you are making a mockery of their fucking victimization. Kate, by the way, playing her off. I mean,
and keep Nicole Brown Simpson's name out of your mouth.
Your fucking hot pie hole.
Gross. You don't deserve to say her name. How dare you try to promote her this documentary that your best buddy Melissa Moore's put out now on Lifetime that's going to air right before yours airs, and you want to capitalize on that shit? That's disgusting. How dare you?
How dare you?
And guess what else? This is not, we're not Gypsy obsessed. We are truth obsessed, and we are not going to continue to always be talking about Gypsy. We don't. That's why we've saved this for Fridays only now, because there's too much every single day coming out, and it's maddening. We have other cases that we're trying so hard to work on and to expose, and all of these trolls are coming in and trying to shut us down when we're talking about, the murder of an innocent little 5-year-old girl that was tortured, and
Right.
Micah Miller. And we've also got, the Delphi trial, and we have the Daybell trial, and then we're getting ready to have Lori's next trial come up.
Right.
There are so many cases out there that are so important, because every one of these cases is special and unique and set precedents, and they need to be heard.
Let me be honest with you. Every single one of them, Gypsy Rose, is more important than your story will ever be.
Absolutely. I was getting ready to say that.
Well, I wanted to say it, because I wanted to make sure you knew, because apparently there's someone out there who says that they're more relevant than I'll ever fucking be. And so I felt like I should probably say that.
More important than you will ever be, remember?
Right.
So we want
was fucking throwing her cunt at her at that time, you know, like seriously.
So we have so many of these stories that are groundbreaking, precedent-setting stories that are that shape our judicial system and shape our society. And for me, being involved with social media, all of these cases, I'm not a true crime person, but these cases now have affected what I am involved in, which is social media, and it's changing social media, and social media is changing these cases, and it's a bad combination, and I see lots of bad things happening.
Yes.
So you guys want to fake suicides? You guys want to come in and disrupt our lives when we're talking about people that have been viciously murdered, and everyone's grieving over them, and you want to put a porn prank? I mean, what is wrong with you guys?
Like seriously, what is wrong with you guys? I mean, that's the truth. What is wrong with you guys? Like,
I finally broke down. I mean, all this stuff, guys, has made me cry this week, because it is heartbreaking. Micah's story is really, really breaking my heart the more that I find out. And then hearing about poor, sweet little Harmony was tough. And that's why I said I don't want to do child stuff. And that's why I never really got into true crime, because these cases, one thing I will say that is 100% true is that when you stare into darkness long enough, it stares back at you, and it eats away at you. And I think life is hard enough, guys, but we keep going because we want to shine a light into that darkness, and shine a light and show the truth. So no, we are not obsessed with Gypsy. We are obsessed with the truth, and we want to get the truth out there for everyone, and all of the cases. I mean, we were literally going over the schedule, and I'm like, what are we doing here? Because we've got these cases, we're covering our main cases, and they're overlapping each other. And thankfully, ironically, I was telling Fancy yesterday, how are we going to cover Delphi? It's set for May 13th through the 31st. We've got 3 other cases at the same time. And then it was just announced yesterday that they have moved the Delphi case now to October. Right. So the attorneys withdrew their speedy trial request, and now they're going to proceed, and it's going to be in October. And we just found that out late last night. Right. So I'm letting you guys know, and I'm sure Fancy will be making a post on that to update everyone. But we've just found this out last night. Right. So it is now going to be in October.
Right. And then the Crystal Rogers case is going on just miles from my house too. So, I mean, we've got a lot we're trying to cover. And on top of that, look, guys, I want you to understand something. I called Sarah one night. I'm going to take off my blur for a minute. You guys be able to see it. Settings. Background. I'm just going to take it off for a minute. Yes, my house is messy. I don't really care. Okay, I want you guys to see this. Do you see this? This is all the shows, back and front, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 8 pages front and back of just shows that we want to do, just pieces of information we want to share on different cases, just all kinds of different stuff. Then there's scripted content in here that I want to do. And I have a movie I'd like to make about a very important run up in Tennessee. I am not just the Gypsy Rose fucking channel. I've never been set out to be the Gypsy Rose fucking channel. I never set out to be the truth teller. I wanted to make a fucking movie or a show and go the fuck on. I did not ever sign up to do this. God had a different fucking plan for me, obviously, that I was not aware of, that I fought for many years. So here I am. But I want to talk about all those cases. I hate talking about this case anymore unless we're talking about the actual evidence and facts in the case. I love talking that. I love talking this case when you take away all the bullshit of Gypsy and Christy. I love talking this case. This chromosome disorder, I'm extremely proud of finding this with Colleen and understanding it and beginning to get where it was. Because, someone else brought it to my attention originally. You know what she did? Nothing. She did no things to research what it was, what it caused, what it meant, nothing. She just brought it, dropped it in my lap, and then walked out and was like, yeah, that's what she's got. I just know she has it. Did she tell me what it was? No, none of those things. Did she go looking up in medical journals or anything? No, Colleen did all of that. And I'm the one that had to go back to Colleen and be like, hey, you know what? I really think we need to look at this because this is very important. I don't know why it keeps coming back in my head, but everything I was seeing for over a week and a half, this is what caused us to go back to the chromosome disorder. Everything I was doing for the week and a half leading up to finding the chromosome disorder kept leading back to a chromosome disorder. Every documentary I heard had it in there, even in my own transcripts from my own podcast that I was transcribing for the book. I recognized it in there over and over and over again in places it didn't make sense to be. Places that I was like, well, why am I seeing that? All of my text messages with Christy, every single fucking conversation I've ever had about this case at some point in time or another mentioned the chromosome disorder. So finding it and understanding it and getting to the meat of this case is not because I hate Gypsy Rose. It's not because I want you all to hate her. I don't give a shit what you think about her. If you think that if you feel that she justifiably killed her mama and you want to follow her and be her biggest fucking supporter, I can't stop you from that. But what I can do is make sure that the public is informed. The public needs to be informed about her and her family and the criminal activities that they have committed. And we need the truthful story of what happened to Dee Blanchard. That's it. That's all I care about. I don't care about making Gypsy's life harder or any of that. I mean, if she goes back to prison, great. I'll throw a party. But I mean, I honestly, if she would just jump off of social media, stop sending her fucking pictures to TMZ, then her life would improve exponentially. And she could go live a normal fucking life instead of this bull crap of everyone dissecting her life every fucking day. I, for one, don't want to know about who you fucked yesterday or what fucking name you have on your freaking neck today. I don't care. I simply want to explain the truth of your fucking case. You murdered your mama for dick and you've got a chromosome deletion disorder. I don't know how much more we can be clear about it, but the public needs to know. Sorry.
Yes, and you guys, I always try to stay very calm, and I don't cuss in our lives, and I keep Fancy balanced, and I keep her centered and on track. But this week, you guys have heard me in a little different tone. I've actually used cuss words. Yeah. I have actually talked very quickly, which I try not to do because I don't want to get Fancy worked up or feed her any energy to amp her up, But you've heard me actually yelling for the first time this week. And it is because, I can tell you right now, it's because of this suicide hoax.
Yes.
That has absolutely, I have been at home crying about this, and I have tried so hard to keep it together, but this has really pushed me over. I mean, I've been bullied, I've been doxxed, I've had my baby's picture posted on the internet, I've had my family's picture. I have been through the ringer here, and I have never addressed it. I have risen above it. I said I'm not going to get stooped to their level, but this international crime against me and false allegations of a faked suicide has been the straw that broke the camel's back. So I apologize for raising my voice and cussing a little bit today, but this is been a hard pill to it's a hard pill to swallow it, and it's been too much, too much. I was accused of calling these poor children, these little tiny babies, gremlins. I've been accused of so many things, and I don't address it, but today I just I had to.
We've been accused of our, attacking the LGBTQ community when we are both extremely supportive of the LGBTQ community. I have children that are in this. I've been accused of outing a person's child when I wasn't the one who did it. Like, seriously, this is insanity what we are being accused of, and we did not do these things. But when you cross the line into fucking a fake suicide, to prove what point did think you were proving? That all these people made videos about the fact that they were worried that your sister was either dead or that she was pulling a hoax, and now we find out that it's probably likely you in the Bryce fucking profile, as well as this other Helen Hunt profile, as well as your Sarah Jane. Is your name really even Sarah Jane Anderson, or did you just try to steal it from Sarah Anderson so you'd be fucking relevant? I mean, at this point, I don't fucking know. I'm so irritated by the
She did show Ryan her face holding her ID.
Good for her. Good for her. Good for her.
But
I've not seen
it's also it's also a an ID that is from the UK. So I don't even know how legitimate it is, because I'm not sure how they're supposed to look. And Ryan hasn't released that. So I mean, it's just it I don't know why this person is doing this.
We don't either, especially for someone we've not had hardly any interaction with whatsoever. She's just continuously tried to insert herself into this by telling me, "Oh, I've got the autopsy report. Oh, I know I have a brother who's a law enforcement agent. Oh, I'm gonna make my life's commission to ruin Ryan's life. I mean, like, what are you doing? What are you doing? Don't you have a life? Don't you need to fix food for yourself at some point in time today? Don't you have a family? Can you not go out and touch grass or something? Like, you need Jesus."
This
is serious.
I have taken the high road, and you know what? In all of these months, but this was just the final thing for me where I was like, no, this is it. This is wrong. This is illegal. This is harmful. This is hurtful. I know how serious social media is, and this is something that could devastate our lives.
We could have gone to prison.
Yes. And I hope that she goes to prison for this.
I hope so. This was absolutely the most horrible, depraved thing I've ever been accused of or had done to me. And that's saying a lot in the 49 years that I've been on this fucking planet.
And you know what? Shame on you, Bree, for igniting this and actually calling us murderers.
In fact, you guys want to sit up in here and say how horribly we fucking bullied her. I'd like to ask you, how many fucking videos did we make during this period of time about her while she was freaking supposedly, unalive? we make any videos? Did I put out a bunch of shit? Did I fucking cuss her out? Did I call her out? Did I say you're a fucking asshole? No, I went on one live and I spoke about it in a controlled manner. I didn't get hot and heavy and scream and yell. In fact, I was actually pretty fucking calm about the whole situation. But now that I've learned, I told you, as soon as I knew it was a fucking hoax, I was going to go fucking balls in on it. And that is what I'm doing. You are not going to get away with this behavior in our fucking universe. I'm sorry. You can go live somewhere else.
Listen, and as you guys are here watching, witnessing, even in this live, she's come in.
Yes.
And she sent fancy messages.
It's disgusting. I'm tired of this. Can we just knock off the bullshit, please?
And now this is
tell the
something
story that I'm going to tell, because I mean, I'm going to tell it regardless of what you fucking do. So could you just, I don't know, back off and let me tell it? So then maybe we could move on. That'd be really great. We could all get on with our life.
And you know what? Now this is something that we have to address, deal with, and follow through with legally and on social media and in our lives, because this cannot go unchecked. Now this is something that's going to take away. This is going to take away from our other work, but we have to deal with this now. So thank you for making our lives harder, and thank you for bringing up terrible memories for me and making me cry and painting me out as a murderer. This is awful. And no, we're not going to let this go.
No, we won't. And it was a line you just shouldn't have crossed.
And then we will find out about who did the porn pranks, because that's illegal as hell as well too.
Yep. I know you think it's funny. Purple is my favorite color, by the way. I know you think it's funny. I assure you, it's not. It's childish, and it's gross, and it's unbecoming of women that we are. You need to do better.
It's absolutely 100% illegal to show pornography on the, you know, on these social media sites.
I could have been swatted. I could have gone to jail for that as well, because I was putting up porn on a public site. Do you understand that I could have had the police literally swat me because of that? This is disgusting what you're doing. Stop.
It's very serious.
Yes, and see, Amy, poor Amy. You know, she's one of the ones who freaking made her. You know, her name was taken from her yesterday. So it was Celeste's name. So was Veda Jade's name. You guys literally took people's real names, real people. These are people. Do you understand that they're not just fucking, you know, mannequins that you're fucking playing with or dolls? These are real people. And you took their fucking names and you came in here and under their fucking names, so now they have to deal with it too. You put porn up on a fucking website. You're gross.
Right. On a YouTube live, we were on what? YouTube, Twitch, Facebook.
You fucking did you actually film my reaction and tell nobody why I'm reacting like that? And then you fucking paint me as a crazy person, and that this happens in every single one of my lives, and you guys just don't know why. I mean, Fancy just becomes unhinged all the fucking sudden. She was fine, she was doing great, and then just minute 52, she just fell apart and started screaming at everybody for no fucking reason. It's not that we put porn up. It's not that we accused her of murder. It's not that we come in her and attack her every fucking time they go live, no matter what the fuck they're talking about. It's none of those things. No. It's that Fancy is just completely fucking bullshit nut crazy. You're right. Like,
no,
seriously.
that was all planned. They were screen recording that, and they had it planned so that they could catch your reaction. They knew it was coming.
Right. I'm going to tell you what, guys, it's getting very serious. And whoever you are that is doing these things, I don't care what name you go by, who you are, we will figure out who you are. And if you continue on with your behavior, you are going to get caught up in some things that you don't want to be caught up in. And you will have nobody to blame but yourself when it happens. Because I will be going to the law. I will be making a police report. I will be contacting a lawyer. I have an appointment with one, and he already thought I had a case long before you all started this nonsense. These are federal charges that you can face once it comes down on you for a variety of different reasons. I am trying to save your family's grief for you all ending up having to go to prison for a joke, for something you think is fucking funny. Because what you are participating in is internet cyber stalking, cyber bullying, racketeering, and more. Go make your content about something other than us. Go find a new story. I don't even care if you cover Gypsy's story. I don't really give a flying fuck. I'm just going to be here to be sure that the truth gets out there so that people like you don't get to fucking profit off of lies. And don't get to fucking build your platforms because you lie about everything. But it's very serious now. It's not a fun game anymore. This is not just, creators going at each other and we don't like you and I don't like her and she's running between this fucking chat and that fucking chat. But I don't care about any of that. I don't pay attention to any of that. Everybody brings me that and I'm like, I don't care. Half the time my team gets mad at me because I don't block people because they say I should. And I'm like, nah, it's all right. I'm good. Okay. And that's the problem here is if you guys get mad that we block you, well, why do you think we block you? Because all you people do is come in here and cause havoc. And then what do? When we block that profile, you go make another fucking profile to come in and cause more havoc. It's like you can't understand that there are consequences for your fucking actions. Stop acting like asshats and nobody would fucking have a problem with you. That's the truth of the matter. Everyone's going to have a problem with me because they don't like what I'm saying about a person that they want to fucking pretend didn't do what she did. Fine. I can take that shit. But you go real life, you try to accuse me of fucking murder, I kind of take that seriously. When you come on my site and you put porn in my fucking stuff and you use my fucking viewers to do it, yeah, I take offense to that.
And again, I want to apologize to our viewers, even though we did nothing wrong. I still want to say I'm sorry that this happened. And to those whose names were used, I am sorry that these sickos did that. And I want to thank all of you for standing with us, for not running off scared, and for still continuing to be supportive because you know that this is the right thing to do. It would be very easy for someone who had this happen to them, their name used for this porn prank, to get scared and abandon us and leave us because they are concerned about their own self. And yes, you have every right to be concerned, and you should as well be pressing charges and filing complaints. But I want to say, I'm sorry this happened to you guys. I'm sorry it happened to our viewers, had to deal with this. And again, thank you for standing with us. Thank you for still supporting us. We love you guys and we appreciate every single one of you.
We do. We really do, especially those of you that have been with me for years on end. I know that a lot of you have been with us since we started our YouTube channel. Colleen and I and Christina started this channel, and we have grown it and grown it and grown it. And I cannot thank you guys enough for the love, the support, and the kindness that you have shown us over here. YouTube has always been pretty kind to us. And, I'm impressed with that. And now we've gotten the backing of, more support and more people coming. And it's because of you guys, because you're out there and you're sharing and you're telling people, hey, you really need to take a minute and listen to what these ladies have to say. They have the proof. It doesn't matter how we deliver the proof. You need to come hear the proof. You don't like me, I don't care. Watch my videos and complain about me later, but at least listen to what I have to say about this case, because I'm the only one who knows it. I just am. It's not arrogant. I just am. And this discovery that I made is huge. It's huge. It's a big deal. And I have every right to be proud of myself and proud of Colleen and proud of Sarah and proud of my team for the work we do every day. We are doing real things. You are fucking around on the internet. We are not the same. If you want to do real things, hey, guess what? Why don't you go do real things? And then you can have a platform and you can talk about those real fucking things. Okay? That's all you have to do. I just chose this. I chose a fucking story and I started talking about it. And that's how this happened. I didn't know I was going to get all this. I didn't understand all this. I didn't know I was going to write 3 books, do a documentary, fucking start a whole movement and a network in 2017 when I reached out to fucking Dee Blanchard. I didn't know all this was going to happen, but I'm thankful that it has. I am. I'm even thankful for the struggles, because they brought me to the strong woman that I am here today, to stand in the face, 10 toes down, and tell you, fuck the free world. I am going to tell the truth about everything, anything that makes me feel like truth is not being told in a situation. It's not just a situation. We've been bringing truth to the quiet on the set. I've been covering P. Diddy. We're looking into the Micah Miller case. What you are doing is trivial, stupid, and annoying at best, and criminal.
And illegal.
You
100%
all need to think
illegal.
about that. You're running around acting like a bunch of thugs. You're thugs. That's the behavior that you are participating in, being thugs. So, you know what? It's no surprising to me that you all support a murderer and her con artist family, because that's exactly what you're doing. You're conning people, you're scamming people, you're lying to people, you're bullying people, you're stalking people, you're trying to ruin people's real fucking lives for nothing more than a fucking murderer that some of you don't even like.
Yeah. And I believe, it's probably time for us to wrap this up. I don't know if anyone has any questions, but this has been an extremely taxing week. We still have a huge to-do list that we didn't even get to. We do have a lot of good things coming, and as this I would like to ask the viewers, as this Micah Miller case is every day, every hour, there's more and more and more information coming out. If you see something, please send it to the Good Wives Net tips.
Tips for Good Wives at gmail.com. Tips for Good Wives at gmail.com.
We would appreciate it, because it is evolving at a very rapid pace.
It is. I saw some things come out today too.
It's extremely It's an extremely disturbing case.
Yeah, it is. And I thank you guys. Sorry that today was a heavier day than we normally do on Fridays. I didn't expect to wake up to somebody talking about another, the next piece of this fucking suicide murder hoax. I wasn't even, Sarah and I weren't even feeling great. We weren't even going to do our Friday dump because we weren't feeling great. I told her, I said, are we going to let Micah Miller go one more day? Because, it was very important for us to talk about this. And yesterday we got sidetracked by Adam Montgomery and then all the nonsense. It's just like, we don't come on here just for funsies to fucking pass the time and eat our Fritos and talk about bullshit. We come on here to talk about real issues in the world that are going on all over, especially women's issues. I'm heavily involved in calling out the things that are going on against women at this time. That's why I created the whole network in the first place. But I appreciate everybody. I hope you all have a beautiful Mother's Day if you do not see us again. I'm hoping that Sarah and I will get to do some stuff tomorrow. We'll be back recording a lot of things for next week, so you'll see all kinds of stuff. Don't forget, our book is available for pre-order both on the website and on Amazon in a variety of ways. You can support us at Patreon Membership Club, at Good Wives Net. You can find us on all the different socials at Good Wives Net. You can find me, Spicy Red 92, on TikTok. Sarah?
Yes, you can find me on TikTok at SadieBeth1, and I would definitely appreciate the followers. I appreciate each one of you. And there's something that I want to say that's been very heavy on my heart this week about Mother's Day. To all of you who are mothers or have mothers that you'll be spending your time with, and you'll be having a joyous celebration, I wish you guys all the best. But to those of you who do not have your mothers still with you, my heart goes out to you. And to those mothers who have lost their children, who are no longer here or are estranged from them, this is a very hard, heavy day. It is very hard to be a mother, because even if your children are gone, and even if your children are estranged from you, you will be a mother until the day that you die, whether they're here or not. And that is something that I'm very heavily involved with, is estrangement and parental alienation for parents, especially mothers, because there is nothing worse than being a mother and loving your child, and your child being out there in the world and you can't be with them. It is agonizing. And that also is follows the same lines as all the mothers out there that have had their children kidnapped or stolen. My heart goes out to you. This can be a very heavy day, and it's a very triggering day for those of us that have children that are no longer here, and those of us that have children that we're dealing with estrangements and parental alienation. So I think that's been weighing very heavy on me, as well as everything else that has happened this week. So, I'm blessed that, I still have my mother, even though I don't get to see her, spend as much time with her as I would like to. But, I have children that I have, not a good relationship with right now. And it's not because I did anything. And that's one thing that is so hard when you're dealing with parental alienation and estrangement. People automatically assume, well, you must have done something terrible for your children not to want to be around you or talk to you or have a relationship with you. And that is not the case. We did nothing at all. There are outside factors. In my situation, the outside factor is money and control by the father. So this is it's going to be very sad for me, but you know what? I still love my kids, and they know that, and I still continue to reach out to them. I always will until I draw my last breath, and they know that I am here, because every time there's a problem, when an emergency arises, they get a hold of me. And unfortunately, their father has basically told them, I will cut you off financially if you have a relationship ongoing with your mother. And that is disgraceful. And but like I said, I wanted to tell everyone, if you have your children with you, they're still here with you on this earth, and you still have a relationship with them, and you have a mother, please appreciate that, because there are those of us that don't have that luxury. And so it does make this day sad. And I'm here. And if anyone ever wants to reach out to me and share their story about parental alienation or estrangement, please don't hesitate to reach out to me, because that is something I am involved with, and a light needs to be shed on that.
I agree. And I'm going to say it since I know her daughter won't. I hope you have a heavenly, beautiful Mother's Day, Dee Dee. You tried to give your daughter a great life. I know you didn't do all the right things, and sometimes maybe you made the wrong choices, but I know in my heart that you loved your child and you tried to do the best for her. So I wish you, along with my own mother, a very heavenly, happy Mother's Day.
Thank you, guys.
I'm crying. So
Yeah. I've got, yeah, it's I don't want to end on a heavy note, but this was something that has been on my heart, weighing on my heart heavily this week. Because it is very, very sad. And like I said, even if your child is no longer on this earth, you're still a mother. And those of you that have your kids and have your mothers, cherish them. Give them an extra hug. Send them an extra message, because you don't know how lucky you are and how blessed you are.
and I'm going
And
to
I
tell
love
you,
all you guys. I love all you guys, and thank you. And don't hesitate to reach out to me with your story, because we need to support each other.
and then the only other thing I wanted to say is if your mother is here on earth and you don't have a good relationship with her and there is any way that you could possibly reconcile that with her, I encourage you to do so, because I did it too late and I lost my mom a month afterwards and it broke me to my core. I miss her every day. I realized what a good mother she was. She had problems. All moms have problems. We're not perfect. We're mothers. We try to be perfect, but we fall short so very often. So I just want you guys to really think about that, because you only get one mama and she's only here for a short amount of time. So no matter what it is, unless it's completely 100% abusive situation and irreversible, I encourage you to call your mom, to have a good relationship with her while she's here on this earth, because when she's gone, it will hurt and you will want every one of those moments back, because I know I do. I would love for her to call me one last time and tell me that how Dr. Phil was going to fix my fucking life today.
Well, I think she's looking down
give
on you.
anything
She's
for that.
very proud of you. And also, I just wanted to add another thing that a lot of people don't realize is mothers who are incarcerated and children that are incarcerated. This is a rough day for them too. So keep them in your thoughts.
And for the women that are out there that have tried desperately to have children and have not been able to do so, it's not a very good day for them either.
Absolutely.
It's a hard day for a lot of people. It's a beautiful day. I enjoy my day every year because I have 3 beautiful girls and I have this wonderful grandson. But every year, it's also one of the toughest days of the year for me, because while I have to smile and put on a happy face for my children and my grandson, inside I am crying and hurting and want to scream to the fucking heavens because my mom was taken from me so young. And it's not easy. Holidays are hard, but this one particularly. So I thank you guys for coming. Thank you guys for tuning in and dishing true crime with wives, and we'll see you again. Have a good one from the Good Wives, serving up.
And another thing, guys, as you saw, we do have the TikTok down now for 24 hours, but we do have the Good Wives Net 2 TikTok page up. We're trying to build up our following there to over 1,000 so we can start going live there. So, we need that, because we are getting violated every day on Fancy's account, and this is her private account, and I think she would like to have it back eventually as soon as we can get the Good Wives TikTok page up. So Good Wives Net 2, please, on TikTok. And thank you guys for spending your time with us, and thank you for all your love and support, and we appreciate you guys.
Bye, guys. Have a good night, okay? And enjoy your weekend. See you next week. Serving up true crime, one dish at a time.
God bless.